De ces Jeux sportifs, j'étais ravie et j'étais contente de montrer mes capacités et de pouvoir compétir avec d'autres personnes de mon âge.
En kelen ka participer aux Jeux sportifs na fɛn kura de kun don ma parce que an kuma deli ka ni ɲɔgɔnna kɛ a diyara an ye kosɛbɛ ani an ye k'a fɔ an ɲɔgɔnna caman de bɛ fan wɛrɛw fɛ.
Afrika Marif Spor Oyunları okul dışındaki öğrenme ortamlarına örnek olabileceği ve marif okul kültürünün hedeflediği amaca yönelik katkı sağladığını söyleyebiliriz.
Pour moi, cette récompense signifie que je peux atteindre des objectifs que je pensais ne pas pouvoir atteindre et que je pouvais y arriver. Il fallait juste avoir confiance en soi.
Mes objectifs sportifs à l'avenir sont de pouvoir m'améliorer davantage et de pouvoir participer à des compétitions de haut niveau dans d'autres pays.
Pour moi, mes objectifs, ce serait peut-être de m'améliorer sur le plan physique et technique pour peut-être participer aux Jeux Olympiques.
À l'avenir là, an bɛ fɛ k'an ka jamana de représenter ka yira k'a fɔ k'an fana ka dugu la sport bɛ kɛ ka ɲɛ ka taa international la k'an démarquer yen nɔ kosɛbɛ.
N bɛ se ka mun fɔ ka fara nin bɛɛ kan activité don yɛrɛ an ye une minute de silence kɛ à la mémoire des séismes. Séisme kɛra turkikaw fɛ yen a waati la donc an ye une minute de silence kɛ olu ye. Bon kɔfɛ fɛnɛ an bɛ se k'a fɔ fɛnɛ activité a ɲuman tɛmɛna an b'a ɲini fɛnɛ autorités fɛ marif autorités fɛ u ka a ɲɔgɔnna organiser 2024 la Mali kɔnɔ yan.
Ce que j'ai appris de ce projet, c'est ne pas seulement se fier à ses bras ou à son corps, mais plus sur le mental aussi. Car je crois que j'avais ce mental-là pour pouvoir atteindre la première place. Il y avait des gens plus costauds que moi.
La chose la plus importante que j'ai appris au cours de ces activités est la persévérance.
Parce que à Kerakoye, Demsenou donna Nyogona, équipe Agnès Demsen Doye, ou Segake Atleti Bawi. Donc, amba ni marifu mo fait ninga ka follow mais ninga na kala bay inşallah.
Afrika'da sporun birleştirici bir güç olduğunu söylemek isabetli olacaktır.
If you want something, you will work hard because there will always be some obstacle on your road or in front of you.
Through a multi-step process. The idea was born from suggestions by our students and teachers. We then embarked on a research and development process, providing a training to our students on media and podcast production. When it came to selecting topics, we considered students' interests and reading habits. Our students wrote their own scripts in different languages and transformed them into a podcast format. Finally, the podcasts were played for our students during lunch hours.
Our Marif podcast is an important project for us because we created it by ourselves. The most important thing that I want to emphasize is that we are working as a big team, from school principals, teachers, a lot of talented students, and parents too.
Taking part in this project project means being able to express myself in the best way possible regarding not only the importance of my good education, but also sharing this importance to my peers. I can proudly say a lot of benefits. I learned to collaborate, I learned to speak with confidence, I learned to embrace new ideas, deliver to the many.
Taking part in this project is very helpful for me. I feel free in communicating and interviewing.
Our students had the opportunity to explore their own voices. Simultaneously, the podcast improved communication skills within our school and gave them the chance to share different perspectives.
Except discovering the new talents, this activity and project has developed also some skills of the students like confidence and literacy skills. This podcast project has created also a supportive environment for students, not only the ones who are part of this project, but also all the community.
Në momentin që ti kërkon shumë nga vetja, nuk ka hapësira më që të tjerë të të korrigjonin ti profesionalisht. Bë prova, gjë material, kërko, përgatitu, merri gjërat seriozisht.
The most exciting time were when we went in Skanderbeg Square and we take interviews.
The most exciting moments were those moments I saw myself being recorded, seeing how much I was grown not only physically, but also emotionally. The most challenging part was speaking freely with confidence. My advice is quite simple. Do it. Never say no to such an amazing opportunity. It will help you get to know yourself and better it in the best way possible.
To improve the skills and also our experience, it is planned to include also in this project alumni parents and students who were part of this success, and also to share their success path and inspire others.
Si ajo e ardhmja e këtij vendi që jemi. Dhe ne mezi po presim që ju të bëjeni një profesionist mirë, t'u lëmë stafetën dhe të çlirojmë nga përgjegjësitë shoqërore që ne kemi.
Exchanging our life experiences makes our life more colorful and more marvelous.
According to me, consistency is everything when you intend success.
Most important thing is to collaborate with each other using technology.
Every student has a unique story. How vital is it to help students discover their potential?
Despite our age, we can do amazing things. At the end, we are the future, so we better take a firm step towards it.
Gelecek programa görüşmek üzere. Hoşça kalın.
Hoşça kalın.
نقوم في ثانوية العلوم والتكنولوجيا بنشاطات متنوعة لدمج الطلاب مع بيئتهم وثقافتهم. ففي السنة الأولى قام أستاذ اللغة التركية بإعطاء درس نموذجي حول البيئة وأهميتها والاعتناء بها.
9. sınıf öğrencilerimizle kültür dersi kapsamında her hafta farklı bir konuda konuşarak farkındalık oluşturma çalışmaları yapıyorduk. O haftaki konumuz çevreydi. Çevre kirliliği, plastik atıklar, geri dönüşüm ve doğada bizim dışımızda yaşayan canlıların yaşamı hakkındaydı. Bu konuşma neticesinde plastik atıklardan kuş yemliği yapma kararı aldık. Biriktirdiğimiz plastik şişeler ile kuş yemlikleri yapma düşüncesi beynimizde canlandı. Plastik şişeleri delerek kuş yemliği şekline getirdik ve okulumuzda bulunan ağaçlara astık. Mevsim şartları gereği yiyeceğe ulaşamayan kuşlara yiyecek sağlama imkanı elde ettik.
فكان من مخرج هذا الدرس أن اقترح بعض الطلاب بإعادة تدوير بعض الأشياء والاستفادة منها في الثانوية، فقاموا بشراء إطارات مستعملة من محل الإطارات، وقاموا بطلائها بألوان متنوعة وجميلة، وقاموا بزراعتها ببعض الزهور وتوزيعها في حديقة المدرسة.
Bu projeyi arkadaşlarımla yaptığım için ve onların başkanı olduğum için çok heyecanlıydım. Proje esnasında beni en çok heyecanlandıran şeylerden birisi öğrencilerin takım ruhu halinde çalışmalarıydı ve hepsinin amacı hayvanlara yardım etmekti.
طبعا في هذا النشاط استفاد الطلاب من ناحيتين على اتجاهين. الأول هو تطبيق اللغة التركية أو تنفيذ ولفظ اللغة التركية، وثانيا تعاونهم على تنفيذ أنشطة حول البيئة، حول بيئتهم.
Bu çalışma ile öğrencilerimiz Türkçe dersinde öğrendikleri kelimeleri günlük hayatta kullanabilmiş, aynı kavram alanına giren kelimeleri fark etmiş, çevreye karşı duyarlılıkları artmış, takım çalışması yaparak işbirlikli çalışma hakkında kazanımlar elde etmiş ve doğaya, çevreye, insanlara yardım etme motivasyonuna sahip erdemli birey olma yolunda bir adım ileri gitmişlerdir.
ومثل هذه الأنشطة تساعد الطلاب على العمل الجماعي وأهميته وتقسيم الأدوار فيما بينهم ونقل هذه التجربة إلى محيطهم، فقد استفاد الطلاب كثيرا من هذه الأنشطة وحاولوا تطبيقها بشكل مستمر في السنوات اللاحقة.
Biz bu projeyi yaparken kuşlara fayda verdiğimiz için ve okulumuzun daha iyi olmasını sağladığımız için çok mutluydum.
İnsan değeri olmayan bir şeyi çevreye faydalı bir şeye dönüştürdüğünde gurur duyar. Ve ben böyle hissettim. Şişeyi kuşlar için bir tabağa dönüştürdüğümde kendimi çok gururlu hissettim.
Güçsüz hayvanlara yardım ettiğimiz için ve onlara hem yem hem de su verdiğimiz için kendimle çok gurur duydum ve çok mutlu oldum. Günlük hayatımızda atık olan eşyaları faydalı olan bir şeye dönüştürdüğümüz zaman çok mutlu oluyoruz. Kahramanlar her zaman pelerin takmaz.
Denemek başarının temelidir.
في النهاية علينا أن ندرك أهمية التعاون ما بين الطلاب والأساتذة وما بين الطلاب أنفسهم لتستمر هذه الحياة والمدرسة بشكل جيد إن شاء الله.
Dünya sadece insanlar için değil, bütün canlıların yaşama hakkı vardır.
Daima tüketirsem tükenirim. Ancak geri dönüştürürsem doğanın kulağıma fısıldadığı teşekküre şahit olurum.
Kadrić, profesorica sam turskog jezika i književnosti. Svoje obrazovanje sam stekla dijelom u Turskoj, dijelom u Sarajevu. Što se tiče same ideje, ove tri učenice koje su učestvovale u projektu su bile zainteresirane da svoje znanje turskog jezika poboljšaju kroz dodatne časove turskog jezika. Te iste časove smo organizirali nakon redovne nastave. One su svakako svojim dolascima, svojom odgovornošću doprinijele da imamo i konačan rezultat. A u biti sve počelo tako što smo spojile konverzacijski čas turskog jezika u isto vrijeme ovaj projekat gdje smo spojili, da kažemo, te dvije komponente. Što se tiče samih faza ovog projekta, prvo smo odlučile koji će to biti jezici na kojima ćemo pripremiti riječi, zatim smo, budući da imamo učenike možda koji ne znaju ni bosanski, ni turski, ni engleski, ni arapski jezik, odlučili da pronađemo i odgovarajuće fotografije gdje će, kada prvi put vide taj rječnik, na osnovu fotografije razumjeti o kojoj riječi je riječ. Naš projekat predstavljen je široj javnosti na sajmu nauke koje je održano u prostorijama škola Marif.
What kept us excited was that we worked as a group. When we had our breaks, it was always fun. That what kept us all the time motivated. It was never boring for us.
The most exciting part was knowing that other students will benefit from it as much as I benefited from it.
Kada u pitanju naš projekat, ono što su učenice i drugi učenici naučili jeste, prvenstveno oni koji su radili na projektu, da trebaju da dobro koordiniraju.
At the beginning, it was so difficult for me following the three languages that I don't know. I came here just knowing Arabic and a little English. I started to learn Turkish, English and Bosnian. Now I know English, Bosnian, and I know a little Turkish. Our friends were excited to start learning a new language, especially the students who are beginners for these languages.
I also noticed that a lot of words are similar between Arabic and Turkish. For example, Boston or Turkish, Boston or Arabic. The word kitab is similar in both Arabic and Turkish language. The only difference is in pronunciation. Even the word makas, chai, aile, and many more are really the same meaning but different pronunciation.
The idea of our dictionary was so nice idea that it doesn't look like each dictionary you just see. It's not full of text, you won't get bored of it. You will see pictures that will make it way easier for you to understand the language and what you're reading. You won't get bored or annoyed from it. You will have a lot of small dialogues that will help you a lot if you travel.
To work in a group, how to organize stuff on time, and I have learned some new words in Turkish. My favorites were bal, sakız, and şeftali.
From my opinion, from what I learned, time or any difficulties won't stop you from doing what you're willing to do.
The most important thing that I learned in this activity that no matter what, nothing is impossible. And always remember that your only limit is you.
Na našim prostorima postoji jedan izraz gdje kažemo kad se male ruke slože, sve se.
future starts today. We prioritize education and building an equal, just, and sustainable future. Academics, education experts, and policymakers from around the world are coming together with the theme, Education for a More Equal and Just Society and a Sustainable Future. This year, we're holding the 4th Istanbul Education Summit online to welcome you with us. What role will education play to ensure equal opportunities and build social justice? How will new approaches shape the societies of tomorrow? On the 6th and 7th of December, we'll seek answers to these critical questions and many more at the Istanbul Education Summit. With its panels on rethinking the relations between state and education, social justice and education, new sustainable school culture, and its youth session, the 4th Istanbul Education Summit is waiting for you.
Esteemed academicians and educators, fellow members of the Turkish Mar Foundation, dear guests, welcome to the second day of the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. The theme of this year's summit is Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future. And on the first day of the event, we heard from various ministers and experts in the field of education on how we can create a fairer environment for students while hitting sustainability goals, taking into consideration challenges that we're facing worldwide today. We hosted panel discussions that delved into equity and justice, maximizing each and every student's potential by offering equal opportunities to everyone. We also talked about creating a sustainable future through awareness, environmental consciousness, and of course, shed light on the Turkish Mar Foundation's role in turning these aspirations into reality. Let's take a closer look at what we can expect on day 2 of the 4th edition of the Istanbul Education Summit. Social justice and education. That's the title of our first panel of the day, a pressing issue that most schools across the globe are trying to find solutions to, where students can thrive in an environment through increased empathy, justice, and equality, regardless of their socioeconomic background. Students who are taught within this framework will ideally have a stronger sense of what's just and fair, and choose careers and lifestyles that support their communities. I'd like to now introduce our panel. Moderating the session is Professor Dr. Macit Ayhan Melikoğlu at the Department of Educational Sciences at Boğaziçi University. Joining Professor Melikoğlu are Dr. Felal Ahmar. She's a visiting research fellow at the Open University in the UK. Welcome. Professor Kerry John Kennedy is also with us today. He's an advisor for academic development and part of the Department of Curriculum and Instruction at the Education University of Hong Kong. Thank you for being with us. I'd like to also welcome Professor Robert Jenkins with the Harvard Graduate School of Education. He's also the former Director of Education and Adolescent Development at UNICEF. Mr. Melikoğlu, I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Han. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night for everyone from all over the world. Dear participants and distinguished panelists, I would like to welcome all of you to the second panel of the summit. and the title of this panel is Social Justice and Education. We will have three distinguished speakers in this panel. I would like to start with my short presentation about the topic first, and I will leave the floor for our panelists. When we talk about the education, the first thing that comes to mind is the new generation and the society. In many countries, it's considered critical for the permanence of the state. In many countries, education is seen as the essential for the state to survive and thrive. And there are still debates about how education, which is considered to be one of the most important elements in the shaping of the future of countries, should be provided and how everyone should have access to education. Indeed, education, also defined as the process of humanizing people, has a chance of achieving this goal as long as it proceeds with a focus on social justice. Social justice encompasses a broad and adaptable idea focused on treating people from different socioeconomic backgrounds in a fair and equitable manner. Social justice and fairness are closely related and often interchangeable. Fairness involves empowering people and addressing systematic inequities related to race, class, gender, and special needs. Emphasizing the importance of taking action to create change, social justice is seen as a dynamic action. It emphasizes a shared distribution of benefits and responsibilities and the interdependence of individuals and their communities. Diversity, another important concept in the context of social justice, is the variety of personal differences and similarities influenced by inherent characteristics, life experiences, and choices. Diversity encompasses gender, age, ethnicity, racial, cultural, sexual orientation, gender identity, ability, personality, marital status, religious affiliation, and family roles. Inclusion means establishing an environment that values diversity. It's an environment that recognizes and supports everyone. Differences are seen as strengths rather than barriers in a diverse workplace. The 1993 Education Act and the 1994 Salamanca World Conference on Special Education were key milestones in promoting education by advocating equality and recognizing the importance of diversity. Linked to the belief that education is a fundamental human right for all, inclusion is an ongoing process that requires constant adaptation to the diverse needs of learners. Through their advocacy of equitable practices, educators have a critical role to play in the creation of an inclusive education environment beyond the walls of school. Inclusive education aims to eliminate social exclusion resulting from how the diversity of race, class, ethnicity, religion, gender, and ability is perceived and responded to. It starts with the belief that education is a fundamental human right and the foundation for a more equitable society. Agencies such as the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the Turkish Marif Foundation are addressing global education challenges with a focus on gender equality, inclusive learning, and comprehensive development. Inclusive education refers to having all children in the same classroom and the same schools, provided that support is available at all times for both the students and the teachers. It means providing real opportunities to learn for groups that have historically been marginalized, including not only children with disabilities, but also students facing multiple barriers to accessing education. Another key term is universal design for learning. Borrowed from the architecture, UDL is a strategy for removing barriers to learning. In order to foster an inclusive atmosphere, it includes universal design instruction, curriculum, and assessment. Inclusive education emphasizes the importance of fostering collaboration among those involved in education to create an environment that supports the holistic development of each student. This forward-thinking approach differs from the traditional streaming and banding approach, which often resulted in segregated and isolated environments. This approach emphasizes collective responsibility and shared leadership in public administration and promotes transition from hierarchic frameworks to more collaborative approaches. Inclusive education is a fundamental idea that emphasizes the importance of providing equitable access to quality education for every student, regardless of their background. Teachers provides inclusive education strongly, teachers' perspective actually on inclusive education strongly influence its outcomes, and attitudes have a powerful influence on day-to-day behavior. Supportive school staff attitudes are critical to successful inclusion. In contrast, negative attitudes are an obstacle to progress and inclusion of students with special needs. A troubling lack of preparedness for inclusive education is evident in teachers' attitudes, which often stem from inadequate training. Educators are enthusiastic but insecure due to a lack of training. In order to close the gap in knowledge and confidence, in-service training appears to be an important tool. And educators' willingness to use inclusive methods correspond with their views on inclusion. The importance of thorough and relevant training is highlighted as knowledge has a strong influence on these attitudes. Since perceptions are closely related to both knowledge and experience, pre-service training emerges as an essential tool in this context. In addition, a positive change in attitudes can be achieved through the provision of support services and the creation of inclusive environment with accessible facilities. Educators need a range of resources to meet different learning needs in order to successfully implement inclusive teaching methods. The impact of positive teacher attitudes in promoting an inclusive approach is reinforced by the understanding that students often reflect the attitudes of their teachers. So in order to promote inclusive education, teacher preparation is essential. Individuals need to become familiar with different models of inclusive education. Tailored instruction techniques and materials should be in place for students with special needs. The availability of customized resources and individualized education plan is essential to ensure the success of inclusion. Making inclusive education a reality requires that educators modify their curricula and collaborate to make it work. This approach ensures that every student, regardless of his or her ability, receives the support and opportunities he or she needs to succeed in an inclusive learning environment. So in mainstream schools, educators face complex challenges, balancing the dual responsibilities of providing quality education and ensuring each student's safety. These responsibilities are even more complex for educators who work with students with special needs. Their obligations are even more demanding. Central to these challenges is the educators' need to carefully balance maintaining discipline, encouraging patience, developing individual talents, and fostering an inclusive and equitable learning environment. Implementing socially just practices in the classroom is a key approach to addressing these challenges. Rather than viewing the classroom as a homogeneous whole, this means recognizing and responding to the unique needs of each student. This approach recognizes that learners have a wide variety of educational needs, characteristics, preferences, abilities, and learning rates. Through the use of an individualized and flexible teaching methods, teachers can successfully reduce the learning challenges that students may face, thus promoting a more inclusive education environment. Nevertheless, achieving inclusive education goals and implementing social justice practices are challenging. Despite dedicated initiatives and impact that initiative and a variety of approaches, inclusive education has not yet reached the level of effectiveness and impact that was expected. This indicates that despite progress, a gap remains between the expected potential of inclusive education and its current implementation and outcomes. The acquisition of field experience and training is essential for effective problem solving. In addition, theory and practice can be linked through collaboration between schools and universities. Interaction among teachers can be facilitated collaboration through online collaboration platforms. Educators need to model inclusive practices. Addressing different elements of teacher training, such as behavioral management and legal issues, is critical. Collaborating with pre-service and practicing teachers enhances inclusive education. Therefore, inclusive teachers training should go beyond and theoretical and into the practical. To ensure social justice, that inclusive education practices benefit all students, it's important that all stakeholders in the education system and all segments of society, in addition to teachers, adopt and support inclusive approaches, as well as inclusive education practices. So now it's time to listen to our panelists. Let's review the topics for their speeches and discussion questions. The first topic that we will cover today is equity in access and opportunities. And we have 4 discussion questions about this topic. The first question is, what are the most significant barriers to equitable access to education today, and how can we address them effectively? The second discussion question is, what strategies have you found most effective in fostering inclusive education and ensuring equal opportunities for students from diverse backgrounds? The third one is, how can scholarships and financial aid programs be better designed to promote long-term equity rather than just short-term access to education? And the last question for this topic is, the opportunity gap has been discussed for a long time, and what kind of concrete steps to fulfill equity? Another topic that we will cover today is the curriculum and pedagogical practices. And we have 3 questions, discussion question for that. How can educators effectively integrate social justice themes into the curriculum without compromising academic standards? The second question is, what are some examples of culturally responsive teaching practices that have successfully enhanced student engagement and learning outcomes? And the third question is, how can schools foster an environment that promotes critical thinking and social awareness in students, encouraging them to address societal issues both inside and outside the classroom? And the last topic that we will cover today is policy and community engagement. And we have 3 discussion questions for that topic as well. The first one is, what are the key elements of educational policies that successfully promote social justice, and how can they be effectively implemented across diverse school systems? The second question is, how can schools better engage families and communities in supporting social justice education? And the last question is, what are some successful examples of collaborative efforts between schools, communities, and policymakers to create more just and equitable learning environment? And let's learn about or more about our speakers. These are all great topics and discussion questions that we will cover, that will be covered by our panelists. And we have three panels, as I mentioned in the beginning. The first speakers that we will be having is Kerry John Kennedy. Professor Kennedy is currently chair professor and advisor at the Education University of Hong Kong, where he works in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. He is also a distinguished visiting professor of curriculum studies in the Education of Education at the University of in the Faculty of Education at the University of Johannesburg. Welcome, Dr. Kennedy. And the other speaker that we will have today is Robert Jenkins. Robert Jenkins is a lecturer at Harvard University, brings over 30 years of experience in international development and humanitarian programming in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Dr. Jenkins served as a Global Director of Education and Adolescent Development for UNICEF from 2019 to 2024. Welcome, Dr. Jenkins. And the last speakers that we will have today will be Fela Lahmar. Dr. Fela Lahmar is a Senior Fellow of the Higher Education Academy, a recognition of her leadership competence in UK higher education. With over 20 years of expertise in Islamic and comparative education, she is strongly committed to social justice and decolonization. And welcome, Dr. Lahmar. And we will start with Dr. Kerry John Kennedy with his speech. And it's your stage is yours, Dr. Kennedy. We are eager to listen to your speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to be here today at a very important conference, considering what is perhaps one of the most significant topics globally, particularly in relation to the sustainable development. What I'm going to talk about today is not so much school, but post-school options, because there is little use producing students. Universities they go to do not follow up on that. And the focus is going to be particularly in an Asian context, and that's because that's where I work, but also because I want to stress that this is about context rather than about trying to make some generalizations across contexts. What I'm going to report is a research project, and we're grateful for the funding provided by our university, but of course our views are not the views of the university, they are our personal views. I want to start with just this brief description of what we're going to do. We'll look at some background and perspective, objectives, briefly at methodology, and spend most of the time on the results and the conclusions that we've reached, keeping in mind that this project is only part-way through and it hasn't yet finished. Just as a preliminary, we heard from the speaker some definitions of diversity and inclusion. So let me share what we started with. We're going to from this is where we started. Is the first is in the mind of why
I think with a connection problem with Dr. Kennedy. I think there's a technical problem with that. So when people are working on this issue, we can wait for. Okay, we get the connection back, I guess.
My apology.
No problem.
Can we continue?
Sure, and you can share your presentation again.
So let me give you some background. Be clear that the United States, which is often considered to be the home of diversity, equity, and inclusion, although that may not be necessarily correct, where we see a considerable withdrawal of support for diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Can you share the presentation with us?
Okay.
We don't see the presentation on the screen.
Let me go back to here. Is that better now?
No, it's not on the screen. Did you hit the share button?
So our view was that there is withdrawal of support for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the United States. But that's something we're not going to comment on here today. But nevertheless, what this means is that when diversity, equity, and inclusion are dependent on legal and judicial decisions, there is always a danger that once those decisions are changed, then diversity and equity are under some threat. And that's an issue, we think, which is important and that we would like to explore in this presentation. That is, how do we proceed once the law no longer supports us, which is the United States situation. And so we decided we'd have a look at our own region, that is Asia, where DEI has not been embedded in legislative mandates as it was in the United States. Institutions where more and more students are going. Universities are no longer a leading institutions. And we wanted to see what we could identify as DI. And so our key question was, in a more deregulated environment in the United States, what kind of initiatives have emerged and what lessons are there for the future? We'll quickly go through a better idea of what it is that AI presents in the Asian context, or at least in the context of Asian universities. We did a very extensive literature review, trying to understand what was out there and what people were writing about. We looked at documents that were available, but we would have to say that, and this research is typical, most of that documentation is on the university website rather than in hard copy. And we tried really looking for was a framework for understanding DI in Asian higher education. We wanted to see how equity, diversity, and inclusion were a part of the way universities in the region saw their role, and therefore to try and understand what might be a rationale for these initiatives. So what did we find? Well, we could not identify what we would call any integrated structures committed to DI as a whole. That is, if we compare this with the United States, there are offices usually called diversity, equity, and inclusion officers. They put these three areas together, and that becomes the work of a group of people within the university, or it did, until processes were put in place to try and withdraw it. But we did not find that in Asia, in the Asian universities that we looked at. We found that there were some public commitments that were quite different across countries. So in Hong Kong, most universities will have an equal opportunities office. These offices are largely constructed to respond to the legal requirements about equal opportunities for gender, equal opportunities for ethnic minorities, equal opportunities for students with special needs. In Korea, we found that most universities, and the Korea University was a good example, had diversity councils, which were responsible for monitoring diversity. Again, didn't have that broad brief of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so our first finding, therefore, is that we need to look at the separate components of DEI. They don't always go together, as we found with the number of universities that we looked at. So that's the first point that we wanted to make. That led us to review somewhat our approach and definition of the main terms. We wanted to redefine equity to be ensuring that there is concern with fairness and that the education of all learners is seen as having equal importance. This actually comes from UNESCO. And we thought it worth integrating the UNESCO definitions with the original Gubernarat definitions that we worked with. We also wanted to better understand diversity. As you show here, we see it as race, ethnicity, gender, language, culture, physical ability, etc. There are many equity groups, and we need to understand what these groups are and what their special needs are. So while it's good to say that diversity is about difference, our understanding here is that it is about difference, but very specific kinds of differences, which we need to better understand. And inclusion as a process that helps overcome barriers that are really related to participation and achievement. There ought to be nothing in a university that stops people from participating, no matter what it is. Inclusion ought to be a very broad process. So that's what came out of our first look at some of the universities. But let me look a little deeper now, because I don't want to suggest, certainly my colleagues don't want to suggest that that's all that happens. In some universities, equity is a really important concern, especially in relation to admission to universities. So you have the example in Vietnam of different admission scores for regional students. That is some recognition that regional students have barriers that prevent them from performing in the same way as perhaps their urban counterparts, and so they are given extra scores. Now that is the way we have defined equity. We find exactly the same in China, where preferential policies are in place for ethnic minority students, and they too get better scores that help them to enter university. And in India, 27% of university places are reserved for what are called other backward classes, which are classes affected by the old system of caste, which has been historically part of India. So these special provisions for equity, we think, are worth highlighting, because it suggests that while there's no integrated policy, that there are policies around some of the really key areas. Yet we also find that there are some groups that don't receive attention that they ought to do. For example, in Hong Kong, the disparity between ethnic minority students and Chinese students in terms of percentage represented within universities is really significant. And at the moment, there is no policy that supports ethnic minority students. And the idea of giving them extra scores is something that would not be considered. So if you compare across, you see there are differences as well as similarities. And in terms of gender equity, there is the old problem that's not just an Asian problem of participation in particular university courses. Women tend to do nursing and teaching, feminized professions, and you find that in the universities. Engineering does not seem to be a profession that all women can participate in. So there are some barriers to participation, which we think are very important to understand. So we can't make generalizations about equity, but those examples give you some idea of where the region is heading. Inclusion doesn't seem to be a strong value within the Asian context, yet there are some interesting examples. So there's a tradition of women's universities in Asia. Many countries, as you can see there, have universities dedicated to women, and some writers see this as an issue of gender empowerment. That is, of a welcoming environment on universities that makes sure that those who are there feel included and a part of the university. We find that students with special needs in universities, this is a big concern we know in schools, and how we work out how to provide for these students. We don't find any detailed policy formulation across the universities that we looked at. We know that in Malaysia there are disability support officers that do try to provide support, but we don't find the policies that might do this. And in this Sri Lankan example as well is that universities continue to cope with problems that have been around for a very long time about, for example, treating ethnic minority students in the context of Sri Lanka. But again, no direct approach to this or how it should be done. One of the areas we did try to look at very closely was diversity and learning. And this was mentioned in the first presentation as well in schools, and it goes on in universities as well. We understand that some students need better ways of, or different ways of learning. We found some examples of the use of AI and how this was helpful, but of course there are then some problems with access to AI and who has it and who doesn't have it. We found, interestingly, international students who weren't initially included in our study, but increasingly are becoming part of how learning has to be designed for multiple students from different backgrounds and different learning backgrounds. What we find in Asian universities is there are some initiatives, but they don't always focus on the needs of all students, or even recognizing that there are differences between students. And we think that's a really important point. And just on this point quickly, online education, we think, is very important and is something that we could do much more work on, because it has the capacity to cater for individual differences in ways that more traditional student teaching doesn't do that. So trying to sum up now, the point we want to make, and it's a tentative point and it's probably a controversial point. In the United States, diversity, equity, inclusion comes out of democratic values and principles. We're starting to think that in the Asian context, neoliberalism is a greater push for diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay. I think we had that. Okay.
Because universities are becoming those places where most students will go, we think this is an important point, that in Asian context, they will probably go there because this is where they get skilled. And that's why it's important to cater for all students and not just some students. We have some conclusions. We think the main conclusion for the future is about context and policy making, and also including international students as a part of the mix in terms of diversity, not just students coming from different national backgrounds. Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry for the interruptions that kept taking place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech, Dr. Kennedy. It was great to hear that the diversity, equity, the developments in diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Asian context, and it was great to listen to from your presentation. And we have the second presenter, Fellow Lahmar, and it's your, the floor is yours, Dr. Lahmar.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's my honor to be with all you today. It's my introduction at the beginning with the Open University. Yes, I was with the Open University very recently, just completed my work and moving to Hamad bin Khalifa University very shortly. The views here are mine, are not neither for the Open University nor for Hamad bin Khalifa University. So talking today about the beyond barriers, transforming educational practices and policies for decolonial equity, it is a profound honor to stand before you today to discuss this issue that lies at the heart of education and humanity, the intersection of equity, ethical responsibility, and the urgent need to decolonize our educational systems. Education, as we know it, is far more than the transmission of knowledge or accumulation of skills. It is a force that shapes identities, defines cultures, and determines futures. However, for many, education has also been a tool of exclusion, domination, and erasure. Today, I want us to reflect on how we can reclaim education as a site of liberation, one that dismantles colonial legacies and fosters equity for all. So in doing so, I want to address a stark contradiction in our global educational landscape. While global metrics and rankings celebrate innovation and progress, the ethical consequences of their frameworks are often ignored. However, in this contradiction, nowhere is more evident than in Gaza. Education there is an act of survival, resilience, defiance against systems that seek to erase identities and futures. Yet institutions complicit in enabling this erasure, like Technion Institute, for example, are ranked and celebrated by the very metrics that ignore the extensive destruction they help cause in Gaza. Global education metrics like PISA, the International Students Assessment, and the Times Higher Education frame success through a Eurocentric, market-driven lens. So institutions are rewarded for measurable outputs, citations, research funding, and technological advancements without serious evaluation of the ethical implications of these outcomes. For example, the Technion Israel Institute of Technology ranks highly in the Times Higher Education, promoting its reputation as renowned for research. While Technion technological advancements are globally acclaimed, these innovations directly contribute to military operations in Gaza, facilitating the colonization, destruction of lives, erasure of heritage, and devastation of educational infrastructure. So that's raised many issues. For example, Alan Aziz, the CEO of Technion UK, openly states that Technion has played a unique and extraordinary role in the development of the state of Israel and the startup nation. Israel relies on Technion science for its defense. By contrast, Gaza's universities are excluded from these rankings. Gaza's education system is a symbol of cultural resilience, remains invisible in these rankings. UN experts have condemned Israel's deliberate targeting of Gaza's education system, and as scholars decide, by April 2024, just to remind, 80% of Gaza's schools and 60% of educational facilities were destroyed. 625,000 students were left without access to education. Gaza's last remaining university, Isra University, was demolished, along with its central archives containing 150 years of history. While Gaza's educational institutions are obliterated, Technion received global acclaim for research outputs that directly facilitate such destruction. This dichotomy highlights the failure of current global education systems to prioritize equity and ethical accountability. And we take it there to Israel's membership in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, a body that professes the champion of better lives, further exemplifies this dissonance. The OECD's Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, which is many schools follow, focuses on preparing students for real-life challenges, framing education as a tool for economic productivity. This frame aligns with the OECD's origins as the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, created to administer Marshall Plan aid after the Second World War, reinforcing its foundational alignment with Western economic dominance. The OECD Directorate for Education and Skills assertion of fostering values that drive better jobs and better lives raises critical questions. Which values are being promoted and who determines their legitimacy? Better lives in what ways? Based on whose criteria, worldview, and priorities? The OECD targeted reforms aim for citizens to develop the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values they need throughout their lives. However, this prompts further inquiry: which ontological, epistemological, and ethical frameworks underpin these reforms? Which attitudes are deemed necessary and by whom? Despite Israel's well-documented breaches of international law, the OECD accepted its membership in 2010, which raises serious questions about the organization's values and ethical integrity in evaluating or reforming other nations' education systems. In 2024, the appointment of Ambassador Shay Cohen as Israel's OECD underscores this dissonance. Cohen's background in defense diplomacy symbolizes how some global platforms normalize systemic oppression and colonialism. I'm talking here at the heart of the Gaza's, which is described by many scholars as genocide. That is in September 2024. The OECD's rhetoric of better life, of a better life, becomes deeply troubling when juxtaposed with its member state, Israel's atrocities in Gaza. According to a UN report, by the 1st of October 2024, the death toll in Gaza approached 42,000, with injuries nearing 96,000. although these figures likely understate the scale of the devastation. At least 13,000 children, including over 700 babies, have been killed, many deliberately targeted by sniper fires to the head and chest. Over 1 million Palestinian children now require mental health support. These atrocities are live-streamed, arguably genocide and scholasticide committed by an OECD member state, Israel. Given this background, we ask again, what legitimacy does the OECD's International Student Assessment PISA hold in evaluating education when one of its members engages in such atrocities? What values does the OECD stand for, and how are these demonstrated in practice? In this context, what does the OECD's aim of a better life means? Better for whom? Defined by what metrics and at what human cost? So this takes us further to just reflect on colonialism, and that is still embedded in some global educational organizations that are influencing education globally across countries, colonized countries. The enduring legacy of colonialism and of colonial education, as critiqued by Frantz Fanon and Malik Ben Nabi, highlights its role in fostering psychological alienation and post-colonial dependency. Fanon revealed how colonial systems disconnected the colonized from their roots, instilling inferiority and privileging Western epistemologies. Ben Nabi expanded this critique, emphasizing that overcoming dependency requires cultivating civilizational attitudes, intellectual and ethical capacities that enable societies to define their futures with dignity and self-determination. To address this, post-colonial nations must develop educational systems rooted in indigenous knowledge, ethical values, and critical independence. In here, Shenturk's civilizational approach of multiplexity bridges these efforts, advocating for a balance between preserving cultural authenticity and engaging with the global interconnectedness. Reimagining education as a multiplex ethical endeavor helps dismantle oppressive colonial structures while fostering pathways to nurture and protect human compassion and dignity in a pluralistic, rapidly evolving world. So I'm talking here about reimagining ethical education. To reclaim education as a force for liberation, we must address the ethical failures embedded in global rankings, collaborations, and practices, which requires a shift in focus for both policymakers and practitioners. Here are some critical recommendations. Policymakers should prioritize dismantling colonial legacies by upholding indigenous knowledge systems and affirming cultural identities. Educational institutions must embed ethical accountability into global collaboration and knowledge production. Teachers should engage critically in curricula and pedagogy, fostering identities aligned with local traditions while adapting to global challenges. Prioritize funding and policies supporting educational equity in marginalized communities, ensuring resilience amidst systemic inequities. Advocates for accountability in international organizations, for example, OECD, to uphold human rights over economic priorities. So what is the vision for the future? I imagine an ethical education. As educators, researchers, and policymakers, we face choices. Sustain systems that maintain inequity or transform education into a tool for justice and dignity. Let me close with the powerful words of South Africa's Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Israeli universities are in an intimate part of the Israeli regime by active choice. While Palestinians are not able to access universities and schools, Israeli universities produce the research, technology, arguments, and leaders for maintaining the occupation. So Tutu here reminds us that neutrality in education is a myth. Every education we make, or every decision, we make either sustains oppression or foster liberation and equity. Let us then commit to the latter and reimagine education as an ethical endeavor for humanity. Together, we can ensure that education truly serves humanity, not just a privileged few. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for your speech, Dr. Lahmar. It was great to listen to you, and your topic is very important in this current situation in Gaza and Israel. So thank you very much for the speech. And it's turn for Dr. Jenkins, Robert Jenkins, and Dr. Jenkins, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As per the other speakers, the views I'm about to share are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of the university I'm currently associated with, nor my previous employers, but I do appreciate this opportunity, and I'm going to be sharing reflections on the important relationship between education and social justice, taking a global view and focusing on specifically on basic education. Again, thank you very much to the organizers for organizing this discussion on education and social justice. And let me begin by building on the opening presentation of Professor and Dr. Melagoglu that did define social justice. And I would like to also just confirm that what I would like to define as social justice is to look at the equal realization, enjoyment of rights and opportunities to education. And the link between education and social justice, as I think as all will recognize, is integral. And education has an incredible potential to influence and promote the level of social justice in any country and globally. And also, we all recognize that schools play an absolutely critical role in promoting social justice. And I think that there are three key elements at a school level that influence the relationship between education and social justice. And that is the level of access to education, which I'm going to talk a lot more about using some global statistics. The content of what is taught, and that is the what, but also in how it is being taught, the pedagogy. So those three elements I'd like to propose are important when looking at the relationship between education and social justice. And in a sense, they influence the relationship, the potential that education has on influencing social justice. Also, I think all would recognize that importance that education has in not only in, as you mentioned at the opening statements, Dr. Melagoglu, on that education can also link very much to other human rights beyond education, recognizing education as a human right of all children, but also in the realization of the right to education links to other human rights, including the right to health, the right to protection, and others. So I think we should see social education as a springboard for social justice and look at those three elements of the school. I'd like to kind of propose that education also can serve as a catalyst or a springboard, as I mentioned before, in promoting social justice within a society and globally. It has the potential to empower individuals and communities, was mentioned in the opening presentation. It can enables the acquisition of skills to access employment and realize each child's potential, and ultimately to break the cycle of poverty. It can promote social cohesion through the promotion of certain principles of inclusiveness, as you mentioned also, Dr. Melagoglu. And there is obviously a direct correlation, as you mentioned also at the opening, of the level of support to teachers. You mentioned in-service training and other forms of support to enable teachers to promote inclusiveness and in a sense realize education as a catalyst for social justice and positive social change. Let me highlight some of the current challenges globally that we see across many countries in this realizing education as an enabler for promoting social cohesion and social justice. There are, as you mentioned in the opening presentation, certain levels of barriers that to access that children face around the world that often correlate to their socioeconomic status or where they live within a country or their gender and the language they speak. And children with disabilities are often marginalized in many or all countries in levels of access and the potential to realize their reach learning outcomes. There are also recognition that in many countries, not all countries, schools in different areas often have very different levels of funding, also the quality of the facilities and the quality of the teaching and availability of teaching staff. And I earlier mentioned the what and the how, what is taught, the content, and also the pedagogy. It's also critically important. We recognize in some countries the curriculum lacks the representation and inclusivity of certain marginalized groups, something you also mentioned in the opening of this panel discussion. Now, if we zoom out to sort of a 10,000-foot level, it's important to recognize one of the greatest achievements in education over the last 50 years has been the significant increase in enrollment in primary education, including in most countries, equal access to boys and girls in primary education. However, this significant achievement in enrollment and access, at least in primary education, has not correlated to equal levels of learning. That is, although more and more children today are attending school or accessing school globally, that we have not seen, unfortunately, the same level of success in having all children achieve learning levels. And marginalized children in particular in each context face significant challenges, and both in the access but also in the quality of the education that inhibits this acquisition of learning levels. You can see from this snapshot of called the global learning crisis that it's obviously with these type of statistics and this type of situation globally, it's curtailing the potential of education has to influence and promote social justice. And I just encourage you to skim through some of these key statistics, recognizing time is limited. I won't go through them, but just the point being that the current levels of, although, as I mentioned, when the great success is improving access, looking at marginalization and disparities, as you mentioned at the opening of this panel, but also some of these key statistics on levels of access and levels of learning, the influence education has on social justice and promotion of social justice and social cohesion, and enabling the full realization of right of every child education is curtailed and constrained. One of the key issues is related to understanding the why and therefore what can be done to address and to promote the realization of the human right of every child to education around the world is when you compare is the funding. But if you look at the disparities globally between high-income countries and low-income countries, both in the years of schooling on average, the investment that is placed between low-income countries globally on average and high-income countries on average, and the resulting learning levels. You can see this one dimension, but looking at on average, the situation and the level of realization of the right to education in low-income countries compared to high-income countries needs to be addressed. And just to elaborate further on that, as you move, I think it's helpful to take a snapshot also of follow a child along the learning journey. And here's just some key snapshots of kind of key points of the transition. The percentage of children that are school ready as at age 5 or often 6 in most countries. 3/4 of children are developmentally on track, as in school ready when they enter the school. However, then you can see as at 10, 11, 12, roughly, when key moment in their learning journey in which a child transitions from learning to read to reading to learn, meaning they need the foundational levels of learning to be successful in schools, where only half of the children can read and comprehend a simple text globally at that stage on average. At age 15, as they continue, only 3 out of 10 have the full range of secondary level skills, and then further as they further diminishes the full range of skills in order to access and realize their potential and employment and engagement. Let me just come back to expenditures and resources. And if you look at over the last 20 years, comparing high income and upper middle, lower middle, and lower income countries, in this slide here, you can see the significant, not only, first of all, the differences, as I mentioned before, in high-income countries on average compared to per-child expenditure compared to low-income countries, but the trends also are showing a further increase in the divide between children living in high-income countries and children living in low-income countries and levels of resources that are available, public resources. This also then is exacerbated when you're looking at the percentage of expenditures or investment that households make. It's higher in terms of percentage of the total resources of the household in low-income countries to realize the access and enable children to attend school as compared to high-income countries. So you have a lower level of public resources from governments and others, but also a higher percentage of household income is being allocated to enable their children to access in low-income countries. Again, further exacerbating the disparities that exist, and then further curtailing and constraining the impact education has on social justice around the world. So to conclude, for education to realize its full potential to promote social justice, disparities, as I mentioned, globally around those dimensions in both access and also quality of education need to be urgently addressed. So all children, as per the definition of social justice, all children have the right to education. Greater efficiency and effectiveness, but also an increase in overall public resources in education is critical in a narrowing of those divides between high-income and low-income countries by increasing investment and support to low-income countries. And it's important to also look at what is taught and also how the pedagogy are also very important components within the school itself, as the opening presentation also mentioned, to ensure that every child also can benefit and can realize their right to education in a socially just education system. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jenkins, for your presentation. It was great to hear that the important factors that impacts the social justice and education. So we will start with the second part of the panel, but before that, I'd like to summarize what you said so far. So from the Asian perspective, we saw that the diversity, equity, and inclusion is starting to evolve there, like trying to be a significant part in the university section, and they have still more to do for better implementations. And from the presentation from Dr. Lahmar, I heard that the ethical accountability is very important for educational systems because if you don't have the ethical information or teachings or components in your education, so the education may have bad impacts on other people as well, like as we see in Gaza. And from the presentation of Dr. Jenkins, we saw that many components of in the education system may impact the social justice, and we have like income factor and teacher factor and other factors that may impact the education, and the education impacts the social justice as well. So those that I noted from your presentations. So I will start from Dr. Kennedy, and I have a couple of questions for each presenter, and then I will have your last words at the end. And I will start with Dr. Kennedy. I have two questions for you. In terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, could you provide any more concrete examples from Asian universities that might be like good examples, or might be like bad examples that you may have seen or encountered in the universities?
Yes, thank you for that. It's a good question. We did find across most of the universities there is a commitment to one or other of those three elements. And there are officers that attempt to deal with the issues that confront students. And so we think that's a good thing. And as you quite rightly said, this is an emerging area for many universities in the region. And what we would like to do is to, if you like, promote these very good practices that are starting and let everyone know, particularly what's happening in other universities, so that the good practices can be picked up. That I think is the most important finding. I think another is equity, and this is quite controversial in the sense that when we looked at Vietnam and China and found that ethnic minority students were given extra points that enable them to enter university, at the same time we find that that practice is not fully supported, particularly by other students. Local students who expect to have a right to enter universities but don't get the extra points. And so on the one hand, we think the extra points is a really good example of equity, but it actually does create some community problems in terms of how you then define fairness. And I think what we would say in a Western sense, even, people find problems with that definition. And that's the problem in the United States at the moment, that when initiatives are put in place that favor one group over another, and these are classified as equity, then the implications of the community understanding those issues is significant, we think. So that we think is an issue that deserves a lot more debate and discussion than it currently has, because we think, yes, to us it looks okay, but it doesn't look okay to the local communities. And so we need to work out how to get a greater understanding of treating all students in ways that provide them with an equal start, as distinct from letting people suffer from the disadvantage that they have. I think going forward, that's going to be a very big issue.
Okay. And do you have like any recommendations for the universities in Asia in terms of like improving or enhancing the situation for diversity or social justice, let's say? any?
Yes, we do. We think, and we recommend that university leaders in particular, our project is actually concerned with leadership and how university leaders can focus on DEI. We believe that leaders need to become committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and lead their institutions with policies in particular that will send a very strong signal that treating people, recognizing diversity, treating people equally and fairly, and making the university environment one that is welcoming to all students ought to be everyday practice across Asian universities. And our recommendation is that leaders need to take this up. It should not just be the initiative of one committed individual. It needs to be part of university culture rather than depending on one person or another to do it, maybe in their class, maybe with their students, rather than with the whole of the university. So we're going to place, rightly or wrongly, a lot of faith in leadership to make things better.
Great. And do you have any last words that you want to share with us?
Just in general, I would think the really interesting thing that emerges from all the presentations, but particularly those of Dr. Jenkins and Dr. Lamar, is how do we deal with the macro issues that both presentations raised, in the sense that they are issues way beyond individuals. Because as individuals, we can do a lot, but we can't address those very big issues like the discrepancies that Dr. Jenkins points out between the simple income discrepancies, the years of schooling discrepancies that were pointed out, the way in which, in terms of Dr. Lamar's presentation, some groups of people are not just disadvantaged, but openly discriminated against. How do we deal with those very big issues? I think this has to be an agenda for the future that is not just to put it off, but to make sure that it gets addressed by those people who can most address it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I will continue with Dr. Lahmar. It was a great presentation, Dr. Lahmar, and I have a couple of questions for you. From the human rights perspective, how do you think we should integrate ethical accountability into the education or global education system, let's say? How do you think?
Thank you. It's such a big and complex question to answer, as Professor Kerry just mentioned. To think about as educators, to really tackle the everyday, because if policymakers are listening to us, we call them actually to question those kind of collaborations they make, because when universities, for example, try to go and higher in the ranks in the system, then they will go to do more research collaborations with some institutions to gain more of kind of points for the ranking, and that is supporting the systemic inequity in ways by enabling this oppression within the system. So is something that is a call for both the global north and global south, the educators, policymakers, and also practitioners on the ground. Practitioners on the ground, for example, in the colonized nations who are now in their independence, but independence is more than the independence of land, is also the independence of thought, as Fanon and Benebi and Paulo Freire and others mentioned, is actually to go in the pedagogy, like Professor Roberts just mentioned when he raised what is showing both what is taught and how is taught. and this is for practitioners and for something that educators can do in the classroom, is the pedagogies we ask from the curriculum content to the pedagogies that we use, to the assessment that we use, to the feedback that we give to the students. When students are alienated as from their own heritage, in their own countries, in their own localities, to respond to international assessments like PISA, for example, then they live within their own context, alienated because their knowledge, indigenous knowledge, indigenous pedagogies are ignored, are dealt with as inferior, and that has impact on their identity and also on their creativity and their innovation of who they are. And we can see many theorists who discuss this, and critical pedagogy, for example, is in a way to bring that the indigenous knowledge into practice. So storytelling, for example, many nations, they are more of that's oral tradition. There is embedded pedagogies within certain cultures that the ancestors bring, but they are ignored within a system that was kind of adopted and brought from outside to other cultures, and they have to alienate themselves and who they are in order to respond to something that's brought from outside. I'm not saying ignore that and don't benefit from other nations. No, we are in a global and we are interconnected humanity, and we need the expertise, but also we need to respect and dignify the self within those local, and not deal with as inferior, but deal as an exchange of expertise and exchange of knowledge with respect and dignity. So I hope this answers. It goes under practice, on everyday practice, and also it goes into the curriculum content, it goes the policy making, and it goes into the ethical collaborations. I'm here in the universities. My past university is actually having collaborations with this, and what is important are the metrics. So the message we are passing to, if we are producing, and I'm saying it, producing students, scholars who don't think ethically, I think this is a danger for all humanity.
Yeah, it's very important.
Thank you.
Actually, and I have another question for you, or I just want to have your comment about that. What would be your message to the world about the current situation in Gaza as an human, as an educator?
Let us talk about as a human being. I think the reason I raise this is if education doesn't preserve the human compassion, then as educators we are failing. We are failing ourselves. We are failing humanity. And if we don't look and don't see what's going on in Gaza, when we see as educators the educational infrastructure has been demolished, and that the history and the heritage and all that consequences that come with it, and then yet we celebrate some institutions for contributing to this. The qualification they get, they have more reputation, and therefore the students who qualify from those highly ranked universities, they get better jobs. And those universities, those people who are resilient in Gaza, those people who are struggling every day to keep their education, are missed from all that, and they are they are excluded in every way. So my message is, let us be human. Let us really think, how can we support those children and those learners at all stages, and those educators as academics. We have colleagues there who have been assassinated, who have been targeted for who they are being of their scholarship. So let us do something. Contribute with what we can, raise awareness or contribute to teaching, and there is a lot of initiatives of teaching online, but is a problem of internet. So we have to really think what kind of initiative I do forward, not because they are Palestinians per se, because they are human beings like us, and they deserve the dignity and they deserve the life that we are living in other places in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, and I strongly agree with all of your comments. And what would be your last words before I vote for Dr. Jenkins? Okay, what will be your last words, Dr. Lahmar?
Yeah, the last words I would say, we really need, if we are not ethical educators, if we are not really thinking deeply about our ethics, I think education, if we buy the neoliberal kind of framework of education, means success is how much I produce economically, we are failing education for humanity, and we are heading towards a dangerous competitive ending. And I think we need to question this deeply when we in every practice of our, in any position that we are in. I'm not saying, the economy is important, but more important than economy is being human and serve the compassion and dignity of being human.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Jenkins, I have a couple of questions for you as well. You mentioned many factors that may impact the education system and diversity, inclusion, and equity. What do you think about which of the factors is impacting the most, and why do you think?
Well, I think it's a good question. As I mentioned, I think we need to look at the level of access children have around the world to schooling. We need to look at the content of that, what's being taught and how it's being taught. And to enable that, we need to focus on the most marginalized, reduce disparities. I think probably the number one issue, and as you raised it in your opening presentation too, is the level of support to teachers to enable them to reach children and reach each child where they are on their learning journey, as I mentioned before, and reach them in a holistic way, because we also recognize children are not only about learning, they have holistic needs, and therefore, and many children of school age, school plays the most significant part of the child's life in interaction with public services. So leveraging the supporting teachers, leveraging the school as a platform for comprehensive support to meet the holistic needs of children in order to reduce the disparities and marginalization of children in various countries and globally, I think is the number one priority that moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And now I have another question. What do you think about the future of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then social justice and education? What will be the future?
Again, I think for education to realize its full potential to promote social justice, and it will need to enable access for all. We'll need to improve the quality of education so that children can realize their full potential. I think the pedagogy and how schooling is delivered in an engaging way that encourages critical thinking and meets children in their with their individual and specific needs. That will then enable all children to contribute to their full potential in a socially cohesive way. And then I think you have communities, countries, and the world sort of, in a sense, realizing and addressing the key challenges that we have currently, including climate change related, and as I mentioned earlier, breaking cycles of poverty, all sort of these fundamental challenges that we have. All roads lead back to the potential of education systems to realize the right of every child to education.
And what will be your last words for the class?
Well, I think we recognize as parents how important education is to our own children. I think taking a more collective, broader view, recognizing that all children have right to education, and therefore to reflect that in the allocation of public expenditures, to reflect that in international development assistance to the global South, so that again all children have a right to education, I think should be a responsibility for all of us moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. It was great to have an exchange of thoughts and discussion with you, all of you, and thank you very much for being with us today from different sides of the world. So thank you very much for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to really extend my gratitude to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for that insightful discussion. Thank you very much for joining us at the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. Much appreciated. Moving on now, and 7 years ago, the Marif Foundation introduced the Good Practices in Education platform that highlights exemplary and innovative practices carried out by teachers and students in our schools. We saw some examples of these practices on day one from Kosovo and Ethiopia. This time, we're going to take you to Mali to see the Marif on the Move through Mobile Education Center. Let's take a look.
Projeyi Türkiye'de ve bütün dünyada aktif bir şekilde faaliyet gösteren gezici kütüphanelerden esinlenerek hazırladık. Gezici eğitim merkezi olarak çok daha genişletilmiş kapsamlı bir çalışmayla hayata geçirdik. Mobil bir bilgi merkezi hizmeti sunuyor bu şekilde öğrencilere. İlk etapta belirlediğimiz ilkokul kademesinde eğitim gören 1. sınıftan 6. sınıfa kadar devlet okullarında eğitim gören Malili öğrenciler oldu.
Le projet de centre éducatif mobile, c'est un tout premier dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est un projet qui est destiné aux enfants pauvres. C'est pour cela très généralement on se déplace dans les localités proches du Bamako.
Ziyaret ettiğimiz okulları yerel otoritelerle beraber ortaklaşa yaptığımız çalışmalar sonucu belirliyoruz. Gittiğimiz okullar bize verilen ihtiyaç sahibi bölgelerin köy okullarından oluşuyor, devlet okullarından oluşuyor. Gidilen her okulda en az bir hafta süreyle geceli gündüzlü konaklayarak hizmet veriyoruz. Gezici eğitim merkezimizin 3 adet sabit personeli var. Bunlardan biri şoför, ikisi de eğitim personeli. Yaklaşık bir yıldır aktif olarak faaliyet gösteren Gezici Eğitim Merkezimiz eğitim öğretim döneminde devlet okullarında hizmet vermiş ve yaz döneminde de yetimhanelerde hizmet vermeyi sürdürmüştür.
Grâce à ces bus, je peux apprendre beaucoup de choses que je ne connaissais pas.
Le ordinateur kala, ka dessin ka jeu ne b'a fait k'a foli.
Ici, dans les centres, ce sont les Maliens qui travaillent et ce sont les Maliens qui en bénéficient aussi. Donc nous, notre objectif, c'est d'apporter un plus à l'éducation de ces enfants-là. On n'interfère pas dans les programmes, on veut juste apporter un plus, bien sûr positivement, dans le sens où on leur montre qu'ils ont eux aussi droit à l'informatique, aux jeux d'intelligence, aux livres, en un mot, à une éducation de qualité.
Birçok amacı ve hedefi var bu projenin. Bunların en önemlilerinden bir tanesi sadece marif okulları öğrencilerine değil, bulunduğumuz ülkenin öğrencisine ve yerel halkına da destek sağlayabilmek.
Parce que avec nafaba de la cette denmisɛnninw ma a bɛ kɛ sababu ye denmisɛnninw bɛ fɛn caman faamuya n tun tɛ min dɔ kɔrɔlen donc a bɛ teknoloji fana bonya denmisɛnninw bolo ka idée dɔ d'u ma mun bɛna k'u ma sini ɲɛsigi ye.
Marif Gezici Eğitim Merkezi yalnızca köy okullarında, devlet okullarında eğitim gören öğrencileri değil, aynı zamanda marif okulları bünyesinde öğrenim gören öğrencilere de büyük bir farkındalık kazandırdı. Elbette kendi okullarımızda da Marif Gezici Eğitim Merkezi'nin tanıtımını ve öğrencilerimize zaten ortaklaşa bir çalışmayla aracın hazırlık sürecini de tamamladığımız için neye hizmet ettiğini, ne için hazırlandığını çok iyi biliyorlar.
Ça a été bénéfique pour nous dans le domaine de l'éducation, de l'art et de la culture. Même aussi les petits jeux que vous avez montrés aux élèves en jouant, que nous faisons en classe. Le programme a même plu aux parents. Beaucoup ont apprécié votre programme.
Öncelikle hedeflerimizden biri bulunduğumuz bölgeden çok daha uzaktaki köylerde eğitim öğretim gören öğrencilere ulaşmak. Bunun için de araç sayımızı arttırmak için çalışmalar yapıyoruz. Çocuklarla, öğrencilerle gönül bağı kurmak oldu.
Les sensations sont les sensations de satisfaction. Parce que vous me voyez l'engouement autour de vous. Donc le fait que ça intéresse beaucoup tant les enfants. Donc on peut dire que la sensation ou l'impression, c'est une impression de satisfaction. C'est un vœu ardent pour nous, encore de vous revoir.
L'impact que ce centre-là a sur ces enfants-là, c'est difficile de l'expliquer. Ce sont des choses qu'il faut vivre pour comprendre. Et ça, on peut le voir sur leur visage.
Well, that is just one of many examples of equal opportunity for education products at Turkish Marif Foundation. As Mr. Umar, the coordinator of the Mobile Education Center, said, these are things you need to experience to understand, and you can see it on their faces, referencing the expression and happiness of his students. Dear guests, we're now going to take a 30-minute break. But when we're back, we're going to continue with our youth session. So see you in 30 minutes' time.
buldum. Bazı çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Taş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı bir okul, yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler vereceksiniz. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bilimi de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bir bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Şu garip halimden bilinmiş beni nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelen gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yaramı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Neredesin sen?
Nakam. My name is Bilal Silla. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Maarif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, we have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go. Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benin.
Şu garip halimden bilin neşveli nazlı. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelan gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Tatlı dilim, güler yüzlüm, ecelan gözlüm. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Ben ağlarsam ağlayıp gülersin gülen. Bütün dertlerimi anlayıp gönlümü bilen. Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Sanki kalbini bilerek yüzüme gülen. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Senemde gizli yarımı kimsin bilmiyor. Hiçbir tabip yarama merhem almıyor. Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Boynu bükük bir garibim, yüzüm gülmüyor. Gönlüm hep seni arıyor, neredesin sen? Neredesin sen? Neredesin sen?
Yaz dostum, güzel sevmeyene adam denir mi? Yaz dostum, selam almayana yiğit denir mi?
Yaz dostum, altı üstü 5 metrelik mezi için. Yaz dostum, boşa geçmiş ömre yaşam denir mi?
Yasak da ya bir daha tut
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Over the years, the youth have been the voice of our conscience. They've often spoken out on pressing issues that might not be top priority for world leaders, reminding us adults about what really matters in an increasingly polarized world. Our next session is the youth session with the theme Shaping Tomorrow, How the Youth Can Drive Equity and Sustainability in Education. It is with pleasure that I introduce the next panel. The moderator of this discussion is Dr. Hasan Umut, Assistant Professor at the Department of History at Boğaziçi University. Joining Dr. Umut is Ms. Beyda Torbani, a biomedical engineering student at Samsun University, Mr. Yilmaz Acar, a political science graduate from the University of Chicago, Dr. Ümmühan Zeynep Bilgili from Harvard University's Medical School, and last but not least, Mr. Ahmed Akhlut, who is a student at Kartal Anatolian Imam Hatip High School. Looking forward to the discussion. Professor Umut, over to you.
So, thank you so much, and hello everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this panel at the Istanbul Education Summit. So my name is Hasan Umut. I'm an assistant professor in the history department at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, and I'm truly honored to moderate today's discussion on the theme Shaping Tomorrow, How Youth Can Drive Equity and Sustainability in Education. So I'm really excited to moderate this panel because I have four remarkable young and exceptional individuals. I look forward to hearing their valuable experiences on education, especially in relation to equity and sustainability. But before giving the word to them, I would like to share a few thoughts on the significance of this panel's topic and the challenges that we face, that youth face today. So, which I hope this will help set the stage for our discussion with the panelists. So, this summit reminds us of the transformative role education plays in shaping not just individuals, but the future of entire societies. And equity and sustainability are at the heart of that mission. So how do we create education systems that serve every learner, regardless of their circumstances? How do we prepare students for a future that demands not only knowledge, but also adaptability, empathy, a commitment to sustainability? So at the same time, I believe we cannot ignore the challenges facing today's young people. These challenges directly affect their ability to succeed in education and beyond. And in this respect, I really want to highlight Jonathan Haidt's book titled The Anxious Generation, How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness. So this book is important because I believe it remarkably demonstrates that there is an alarming rise in mental health struggles among adolescents, with very high rates of anxiety, depression, and self-harm in the recent decades. So this shift did not happen by chance. The author traces it back to profound changes in childhood experiences, particularly the decline of unstructured play and exploration, replaced by an increasing reliance on digital devices and social media. So these changes have disrupted critical social and neurological development in young people, and they face pressures that previous generations could barely imagine. Constant social comparison, the fear of missing out, fragmented attention, and a pervasive sense of perfectionism. So according to Haidt, Girls are especially affected by the harmful effects of social media, while boys are spending more time in the virtual world, which creates different challenges for them. So, this author's research is a serious reminder that we cannot separate education from the broader realities shaping the lives of young people. If mental health is getting worse, if meaningful social connections are being replaced by fleeting digital interactions, then no curriculum or policy can fully succeed without addressing these underlying issues. Education should go beyond simply transmitting knowledge. It must cultivate resilience, support emotional well-being, and provide environments where students feel valued and connected. But I believe there is hope. So Haidt highlights that this crisis can be overcome by working together, namely parents, educators, tech companies, and policymakers. We can change these patterns and create an environment where young people can succeed. This includes rethinking how technology is integrated into education and how we can encourage a more balanced childhood and young life. And I truly hope that this panel gives us valuable insights about this challenge and more. In this session, we are hosting bright and talented young people who not only face these challenges directly, but are also thinking about ways to improve education to make it fairer, more sustainable, and better aligned with the needs of their generation. Their insights will hopefully inspire their peers to raise awareness about this important subject and provide valuable perspectives to policymakers at the Maarif Foundation and beyond. So, equity and sustainability are the key terms of this panel also, and therefore, as we listen to our panelists, let's remember that equity is not about one-size-fits-all solutions. It's about understanding and addressing diverse needs. As for sustainability, it's not just about preserving resources. More importantly, it's about creating systems that endure and uplift. So with that in mind, let's turn to our remarkable speakers. Ümmühan Zengin Zeynep Bilgili from Harvard Medical School, Yılmaz Acar, a graduate from the University of Chicago, Beyda Torbani from Samsun University, and Ahmet El Kahloud from Kartal Anatolian Imam Hatip High School. So before inviting the speakers to share their thoughts, I would like to briefly explain the format of the panel. I think it would be better. So it will consist of 2 rounds, basically, and in each round, our panelists will have 5 minutes to share their remarks. The first round will focus on their individual perspectives on the topic, while the second round will involve more interaction and engagement with the views of their fellow panelists. And I hope this format will make the panel both dynamic and collaborative exercise in collective thinking. So now let's start. So our first panelist is Ümmühan Zeynep Bilgili. Ümmühan Zeynep works at Harvard Medical School, focusing on surgical research, robotic surgery, and inflammatory bowel disease, IBD. So she graduated from Bezmialem Vakıf University in Istanbul and gained further training in Turkey and the United States. Zeynep, her research mainly aims to improve surgical results and patient care for IBD. And she also takes part in international studies on gastrointestinal health. As a dedicated teacher and mentor, she supports young medical professionals, and she shares her work at international conferences, and her studies, published in very well-known journals, promote effective methods to improve patient outcomes. So Zeynep, let's start with you. So how do you see the education of the future when you consider our key terms, like namely equity and sustainability? So what do you think?
Thank you so much. I believe there is a lot of hope, and I think this panel and this whole summit basically is one of the things that prove that there is hope. So I, in general, see it very hopeful, and I'm sure that as we take more steps, we'll get more closer to having a more sustainable, equitable future for not only for youth, but for everyone.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Would you like to elaborate more on your thoughts about this subject?
Sure. So I actually prepared a little presentation. It's nothing big. It's just some visuals. But I'd like to share a few points with the visuals just to make it a little bit more engaging. And then I'm very happy to answer more questions and then dive into those points, if that's okay with you.
That would be perfect. Sure.
Thank you. All right. I'll quickly go and share my presentation, hopefully with no time to be wasted. I hope it looks okay. Does it?
Yes, it is. It's yeah.
Okay. I guess the connection is a little bit taking time to get there, but if the presentation looks fine and I do look fine, I'll just go ahead and start.
Yes, now it's ready. Zain, you can continue.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So as I said, it's just some images and visuals. Earlier this year, I was invited to speak at my high school. And I had this moment of deja vu. I saw rows of young faces, bright, curious, full of potential. But behind their eagerness, I noticed a familiar uncertainty that I had. What is next? And how can I, just one person, make a difference in the world? Well, that question stayed with me, and it's not just something students wonder. It is a challenge for all of us. How do we empower young people to shape a more equitable and sustainable future? And as I guess that's why we're here today, and I'm so excited to hear everyone's opinions. Well, think of bird's nest. Birds build them from whatever they can find, twigs, straw, even plastic, as you see in the picture. So youth do the same with the resources we give them. They use what's available to create something extraordinary, often despite the imperfections of the system. But what if we give them better tools? Equity in education isn't just about handing out the same materials as you mentioned. It is about ensuring that every student, no matter where they're from, has resources and opportunities to thrive. So I'm going to talk about the stethoscope metaphor. I'd like to call it that way. In medicine, we use the stethoscope to listen to organs. It's a simple tool that revolutionized how we understand the human body. Well, what makes it remarkable isn't just its invention, but what it represents. The importance of listening carefully to what can't be seen with naked eye. So I believe education needs its own stethoscope. We must amplify the voices of students, teachers, especially those often overlooked, and truly listen to their experiences and aspirations. Only then we can design systems, I believe, that reflect their needs and potential. Again, in medicine, we're always looking for the root cause. For example, if you have a cough and you go to a doctor, our main goal will not be to stop that cough, right? Our main goal will try to understand what is making you cough. So if a student zones out in class, let's say, maybe it's not them. Maybe we need to look into the root cause and, I don't know, maybe the PowerPoint needs association. So I've seen very different scenes. As a doctor working in underserved areas, I've met students whose potential was trapped behind systemic barriers. And right now, as a researcher in Boston, I've worked in spaces brimming with resources, but often siloed by privilege. In both worlds, though, I recognize that one truth is clear. It's that youth aren't waiting for permission to create change. They're already building a future with whatever tools they have. So our responsibility is to ensure that they have what they need to not just survive, but thrive. Education overseas offers a wealth of lessons. In some systems, collaboration is key. In others, it's resilience. Well, education overseas, I believe, isn't just about studying abroad. It's about creating a shared future where learning knows no borders, and Marif is contributing to that a lot. As these students will work and travel all around the world, they will be fundamentals of the global education, maybe like as we are. In global health, we have a common saying that I really like. It's think globally, act locally. I think what works in one context won't always translate to another. So our goal must be to create education systems that honor local needs while drawing on global insights. Well, education can be expensive. I'm sure Mariv's treasurer found people will agree with me, but hear me out. The World Bank estimates that failing to provide quality education costs the global economy 129 trillion in lost lifetime earnings. This number is staggering, but it's more than just a statistic. It's a reminder of the extraordinary ideas, dreams, and contributions that world loses when we don't invest in equitable and accessible education. It's a loss we can't afford, not for the economy, and I believe certainly not for the human spirit. Well, and the last bit, I want to tell you about the Post-it note. So it was invented by accident. A scientist trying to create a super strong adhesive ended up with the one that barely stuck. So it could have been dismissed as a failure, right? But a colleague saw potential, and now it's one of the world's most useful tools. So I believe this is what education should do. Give students room to experiment, to fail, and turn the unexpected into something extraordinary. Youth today aren't waiting for us to fix the system. They're already changing it. So we have to make sure that they have the tools, freedom, and support to keep going. I believe this summit is a very important platform to support all these ideas. And we've been listening to a lot of talks that inspire us in the previous talks. And I'm very excited to hear what others have to say. And thank you so much for your attention. I'll quickly stop sharing so that I can go back to my screen. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That will be the first part.
Well, thank you so much for your very valuable remarks. You are absolutely right, by the way. So we should make more room for future generations, right? So that they could try and actually they could be inspired by their own experiences, right? And,
exactly.
and also, you know, meaningful changes should come from this perspective. So your remarks are very valuable. Thank you very much. So
thank you.
So let's continue with Yilmaz Acar. So Yilmaz is from Mardin in Turkey, and he graduated from Ibn Haldun University in Istanbul, having dual degrees, bachelor degrees in political science and international relations and Islamic studies. He also completed a master's degree at the University of Chicago, focusing on Middle Eastern politics and Turkish foreign policy toward the MENA region. And Yilmaz also participated in training at Université Mondiapolis in Morocco and George Mason University in the United States. And he also completed an internship in Germany. He is fluent in Arabic and English, and he has received awards, including Best Debater at the International Arabic Debating Championships. Yilmaz's writings have appeared in different outlets, including TRT World and The Diplomat. So, Yilmaz, considering the significant challenges facing today's youth and humanity, so how do you perceive the role of education in addressing these issues? Maybe more specifically, so how do you understand maybe morality and values in education?
Good afternoon, Professor Hassan. Thank you so much for the kind introduction and for the previous presentation. Thank you, Zainab. It is my great pleasure to be speaking here in this youth session of the Istanbul Education Summit. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Istanbul Turkish Maarif Foundation for this kind invitation. And as we came together to discuss, to explore the transformative role of the youth in advancing the equity and sustainability in education, I want to focus my speech on one of the topics that you mentioned about the necessity of morality and value integrated education as a foundation for sustainability and equity in education and in educational future. And under this theme, I will argue that when education is rooted in values, it becomes a transformative tool for fostering justice, sustainability, and intergenerational equity. And at the heart of this approach is actually the concept of Ma'arif, coincidentally, not just this institution that hosts us, but also as an optimum Islamic educational model that harmoniously integrates ta'aleem, which is instruction, with tarbiyah, which is character development, emphasizing the cultivation of values and virtues as a foundation for meaningful learning. And if we find time in the second round of the speech, I want to focus also about what the youth have done so far, and what is the role of the youth activism as a driver of positive change in education systems. And I want to give two examples based under this theme. The first one from the historical perspective, an historical example, which is both are taken at the University of Chicago, actually. And the first one is the civil rights movements in 1960s. And the second one is the contemporary pro-Palestinian student movements. By these cases, I will illustrate how youth so far persistently driven the transformative change in education. But with these themes in mind, let us first delve into the first topic, which is why we need an educational model that is centered on morality and that includes and integrates the values. I believe that a sustainable and equitable education system must be rooted in ethics and in virtues. And education should not merely prepare the individuals, the students, for the workforce, but also should nurture a character and cultivate a sense of responsibility toward others and toward the society. We often tend to associate education and sustainability with economy, with environment, with these dimensions, but it is equally about intergenerational justice and equity, which means like we ensure that today's education system supports the well-being of the future generations without compromise, but also the contemporary generations across the world. So achieving sustainability in education requires an educational model that integrates these ethical values and that fosters a sense of responsibility toward both the present and future generations. Personally, drawing on my own experiences both in Suleymaniye Madrasa, studying and experiencing the classical Ottoman Madrasa tradition and modern academia, I believe that the Ma'arif educational approach that I mentioned, it offers a holistic framework for sustainability in education. It combines, as I said, the ta'aleem with tarbiyah, the instruction with the character development, because knowledge without a moral compass does not necessarily lead to good, but a value-based education does. And building on the concept of the irfan, which is wisdom, this approach goes beyond imparting knowledge to nurture morality, social responsibility, and virtue, and equips the young people, the students, with an ethical foundation, which prepares them to become morally grounded, socially responsible individuals, and able to drive change in the society. This is actually also rooted in the Futuwa perspective, which is a Sufi-inspired tradition that also emphasizes virtues such as humility, generosity, and brotherhood. And as its root word actually suggests, fata, which means youth, this Futuwa approach, which is also connected with the Ma'arif, focuses on the moral and ethical education of the students, and it aims to shape create virtuous youth as agents of positive change to a just society. And it is actually not confined to the approach of Futuwa. The principles of Futuwa are not confined to Islamic or Ottoman civilization. We can find these these moral values which are universal. We can find them in samurai code of Bushido in Japan, for example, or in the ideals of the chivalry in the Western medieval Christian Europe. But they all share a common thing, which is emphasizing the cultivation of virtue, integrity, and the sense of responsibility toward other people in the society. So with this approach, education is not confined to classrooms. It is a community-oriented approach that gives the individuals a sense of responsibility, the youth. And I believe that personally, having all this experience from Mardin to Chicago, I believe that this, in the power of transformative power of education, education becomes meaningful when it transforms the individuals into better people who serve their society, who stand in solidarity with the oppressed people, who extend a hand to those people who are in need. And actually, this belief guided me and many of my friends at Ibn Khaldun University during the devastating earthquake in Turkey last year in 2023, February. We left our classes to lead recovery efforts, and we worked closely with the communities, local communities there. And we shared meals with people, we shared shelters with the refugees in the freezing conditions. And it convinced me that education is meaningful, and it's truly meaningful when it brings positive change in people's lives. And in this regards, perhaps one of the proudest moments of myself, as you mentioned in the introduction, in my educational journey, was that when my story went viral in Turkish media, not for recognition, but because it allowed me to inspire the children of my village, making change in my own community, just as like Nobel Prize winner Professor Aziz Sancar inspired me. So I believe that education system, which is rooted in values, and education approach that is rooted in values and virtues, not only transforms the students, the youth, but also shapes the society as a whole. And without a morality and value-integrated educational approach, which focuses on nurturing this virtuous youth, virtuous generation committed to serving the society, I believe that achieving equity and sustainability in education and educational system is very difficult. But what happens when these educational institutions lack a foundation of morality and values? And how have the youth in the history and contemporary times fought to achieve equity and sustainability in education? I believe I can talk about these in the second round if we have the time, based on my experience here at the University of Chicago. Thank you so much.
Well, many thanks, Yilmaz, for your very important points. So you have stressed how important ethics, values, and virtues are for establishing a better educational environment. And based on your experiences in traditional and modern education, you also pointed out the importance of a holistic perspective, right, in education. I think these are very important points to add. So let me continue with Beyda Torbani. So Beyda is from Prizren, Kosovo. She's a second-year biomedical engineering student at Samsun University in Turkey and a proud graduate of the Turkish Marif schools. Passionate about science, education, and technology, she led Kosovo's first team at the first robotics competition, gaining skills in leadership and problem solving. Beyda has contributed also as a columnist for İyi Fikir magazine, sharing ideas on education and community development, and serves as the student leader for Türkiye Marif Vakfı in Samsun. So she's also part of the international students community team and focuses on using her education to promote equal opportunities. So through her studies and initiatives, Beyda aims to inspire positive changes in society. So Beyda, considering your active role in promoting education and development among young individuals, so I'm really curious about hearing your perspective based on your experiences. So how do you envision the future world And what role do you believe education could play in fostering equity and sustainability?
Thank you so much, sir, for the introduction. I would first like to greet everyone, the Honorable Minister of Turkish Mari Foundation, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. As you said, Hasan Hocam, I'm Beyda Turbani, a student from Kosovo, currently studying biomedical engineering in Samsun University. It's both an honor and a privilege to stand in such a esteemed gathering today. I would like to first thank Turkish Mari Foundation for organizing this event. When countries make decisions about health, they make sure that a healthcare professional takes part on the session. If they are talking about security, of course, there will be a security expert. So if we are talking about education, there must be a seat for the students on the table, as we are the essential part of education itself. Young people play a critical role in shaping and proposing solutions and the feedback they provide. But to truly contribute, young people first must be ready for this responsibility. We must think critically, distinguish between good and bad, and also know the skills how to expose our ideas. Only then can our voices effectively inspire and shape a better educational system. I'm proud to have been a graduate of International Mari Schools of Kosovo, whose mission isn't just educating, but also raising virtual individuals. What does a virtual individual mean, and how does this affect the educational system? I will try to actually explain these points by giving experiences. First, it means to think beyond personal interests, to have empathy for others. For example, I remember we had a competition of running in my school, and I lost to my friend for a little milestone, and I went and I hugged her to congratulate her. The teachers that witnessed this moment awarded me with another medal, not for winning, but for showing kindness to my friend. This was a good message for me that it's not always about winning, it's also about how you treat others along the way. Second, as we all know, is self-confidence, which is the key for empathy. If we do not love ourselves, our ethnicities, our roots, how can we respect and love others? In Marif, even though it was a Turkish-founded school, it was giving, for example, education in Albanian, which is a sign of respect to our heritage. And also the fact that, as you mentioned, our Turkish principal encouraged us to take part in an international robotics competition, where I had the chance of representing my country in front of everyone for the very first time. It was really exciting. At Marif, we were often greeted with the phrase, "Good morning, future leaders." It might be a short sentence, but it has really big values. We had always responsibilities, which became a natural part of our education, actually, whether through organizing science weeks and managing school activities or working on team projects. Effective communication is a vital skill we learned. At my school, we had speaking days, which was a bad day for the shy kids, of course, but it really taught us, built our confidence in expressing our thoughts clearly and engaging with others. If youth cannot communicate clearly, if they don't know how to share their ideas, even the best ideas will go unheard. One of the most remarkable aspects that I love about Marif is that it has a global reach. I have friends from the other side of the world that share the same educational background as me. For example, on the second day of university, I met a girl from Pakistan. She was also a graduate of Marif. And while talking, we ended up on having the same Turkish teacher. I'm talking about two different girls from two different countries on a third different country, and we are sharing the same Turkish teacher. This actually highlights that education transcends borders, fostering understanding and solidarity between cultures. Education isn't just about what we learn in classroom. In my school, I have learned that it doesn't matter where you're coming from. Education can unite us. Even though we are talking about how to improve education, there is a problem in the world that not everyone has access to education. If we take as example Palestinian kids, today Palestinian kids, instead of having the sense of excitement on the classrooms for education, they are feeling fear. Today, dear ladies and gentlemen, all of us don't stand here as individuals, but as representative of countless young people around the world that has only one dream, a world where education is a right, not a privilege, where sustainability is a priority, not an afterthought, and where equity is a foundation, not an aspiration. I would really like to think that Marif is a powerful example of how we can reach this dream. Because in order to make this dream a reality, we must come together. Policymakers, leaders, educators, and students. We must come together in order to make education something that can shape a better future to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Beda, for your very insightful remarks. I want to highlight the key term that I got from your conclusion or your speech, broadly speaking. I think it's self-confidence. It's very important for establishing or having initiatives for young generations and for your future individually. And yeah, that's very important. And thank you very much for pointing out these important things. And I really believe that you and your fellow panelists, all of you exemplify this quality, which is self-confidence. And I also appreciate that you have pointed out the achievements of the Marif education in your own experience. So let's continue with Ahmed Al-Kahlout. He is the youngest of the panel, and actually he is the youngest of the whole symposium. Ahmed is a high-achieving high school student known for his academic excellence and active engagement in international projects. He earned his PYP diploma at Nun Middle School and another diploma, IGCSE diploma at Kartal Anadolu Imam Hatip High School, where he is now at 10th grade. Ahmed is a member of the Secretariat team for the Gaza Tribunal project, reflecting his passion for diplomacy and justice. An accomplished participant in over 20 Model United Nations, known MUN, M-U-N, conferences, he has developed strong diplomatic skills and a deep understanding of global issues. Ahmed aspires to a career in international relations and diplomacy. So, Ahmed, given your strong commitment to diplomacy and justice as essential components, components for a just and sustainable future, right? So how do you perceive the role of education in achieving this goal? Or, could you share your perspective on how education can contribute to fostering equity and sustainability?
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for the recognition. So education is one of the most important components in our life, since it's rooted with morals and values, which is very important for part of our lives. And so we have lots of things to learn from education in terms of equity and sustainability. And as Mr. Hassan introduced me, my name is Ahmed Al-Kahlout, and I'm 16 years old. And also, as he said, I'm the youngest speaker at the Istanbul Education Summit. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event possible and allow me to share my thoughts with you today. It's an honor to represent my generation and have our voices heard at such an important platform. I'm even more delighted to be in this conference as a Gaza citizen. My grandfather was exiled during the Nakba from his motherlands. Even if I was born and raised in Turkey, I still carry the blood of a Palestinian. As I have seen my friends, my cousins, my brothers and sisters being deprived from their education, I really hope this speech can make their voices heard. So how can young people play a role in shaping tomorrow? First, for young people to take on such a role, they must have a tomorrow to shape. For over a year, before the eyes of the entire world, Israel has been massacring, displacing, and stripping my peers and relatives in Gaza of their basic right to lead a normal life, effectively robbing them of a future they could build. The horrors they endure serve as a grim reminder of what it means to lose one's tomorrow. And in allowing these atrocities to continue, the global community has become complicit in this injustice. But the consequences of such tragedies extend far beyond Gaza. They don't just alter the lives of those directly affected, they reshape the destiny of all of us, including the generations yet to be born. Many of the adults making decisions today seem oblivious to long-term consequences of their actions and decisions that will ripple across decades and affect us all. Before returning this point, I would like to focus on the pressing issue of inequality in education. Traditional ideas of equality in education often assume that differences in academic achievement stem solely from individual abilities or aptitudes. However, this perspective overlooks critical factors like socioeconomic conditions, regional disparities, and societal biases based on gender or ethnicity. We must recognize that these differences are not purely individual, but deeply rooted in social and environmental contexts. In many countries, including my own, significant disparities exist even within the same nation. For instance, a child in a rural village often has far fewer opportunities than one in a major city. Such inequalities undermine the global efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which are designed to address pressing global challenges, including poverty, inequality, and climate change. SDG 4, which is Sustainable Development Goals, specifically calls for inclusive and equal quality education for all, aiming to ensure that no one is left behind. Yet, achieving this goal becomes incredibly challenging in the face of such disparities. Without addressing socioeconomic disadvantages, regional disparities, and systemic discrimination based on factors like gender, ethnicity, or religion, it's impossible to create a truly equal education system. Formal equality may aim to provide identical opportunities to all students, but when starting points differ so drastically, this approach often deepens existing inequalities instead of eliminating them. Education must do more than improve individual lives. It's a vital tool for societal development. As noted earlier, the United Nations has recognized education as central to achieving the SDGs, as it empowers individuals, reduces inequality, and fosters sustainable growth. To truly fulfill this role, however, education cannot remain static. It must prepare young people not for the world of our grandparents or parents, but for the realities of today and tomorrow. Climate change, technological advancements, and shifting job markets will define the world we inherit. If education does not evolve to meet these demands, it risks perpetuating inequalities rather than addressing them. Given that the decisions made by today's leaders primarily affect young people, it's only fair that young people have a seat at the table. Involving us in decision-making processes, including those about education, is essential to fostering meaningful change. So that will be for the first round. I would like to state some solution ideas in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmet. These are really brilliant points. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Like young people should be more involved in the decision-making process, right? And I really believe that young minds like you and other friends here could make differences on many levels in society, in education, and also in sustaining a fair and valuable life. So thank you all for your insightful contributions, Zeynep, Yilmaz, Beyda, and Ahmet. At this point, we can start our second round. I encourage you to engage more deeply with each other's perspectives, to elaborate on your points, okay? And actually, you highlighted various ways to actively involve youth in promoting sustainability and equity in education. However, I should say something else as well. So it's important to recognize that such transformations require time and the cultivation of an educational and societal culture. Dialogue plays a crucial role in this process for sure, but it often presents challenges. So balancing the pursuit of immediate solutions with the commitment to long-term value-based changes is, I believe, very essential. And I also believe that this balance ensures that we address current needs while navigating meaningful and enduring transformation. So I want to give the floor again to Zeynep. Zeynep, could you please tell a bit more about how your current profession and societal activities are related to equity and sustainability? So how do you see the future for those goals? So just for a few minutes, if you can explain your points about that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just quickly mention what I think. So my current role is in medicine, in research, right? It seems relatively irrelevant, although it is very relevant because I think education and health is very tied to each other, because we, in global health, we always emphasize how important it is to stay educated and keep educating people about their health to prevent the diseases. So Yilmaz mentioned in his speech that we should keep thinking that education is out of the classrooms. It is in the streets, it's in society, everywhere. I really believe that is the case. When we say education, we firstly think about a school, a classroom, all of us, right? The same way goes with health issues. We first think about a hospital, an advanced care, maybe a surgery, but that's not the case. In both cases, we can think outside of the box and start preventing the diseases in the streets by educating people and educating societies. So I believe that's one of the important points to be addressed. I was also very happy and just excited to listen to everyone talk. Honestly, I was so inspired. I'll be honest, I was not expecting to be this inspired and hopeful for the future. So I think that's another component of just having changes and sustainable acts is just being hopeful, because sometimes, as we all mentioned about some devastating things about the world, the future, it really gets hard to be hopeful and to keep pushing. It really gets hard. And I believe all of us individually experience these in a variety of reasons as a society as well, and as an international community of the world, planet Earth. So really hard to sometimes be hopeful, but this whole session made me very hopeful, listening to my peers and then how they have really good ideas about the change. So I wanted to thank everyone and the organization for such an amazing job and for giving us a chance to talk. That's all I would say.
Great points, Zeynep. Thank you very much. Especially thank you for reminding us again of the importance of being hopeful in spite of everything that we go through. You're right. So, Yilmaz, let me continue with you. So, how do you see the future of value-based education? Can you please elaborate more on your earlier remarks?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, connected to what Ahmed has said in his presentation, in his speech, I believe that the youth have that agency, have the moral agency, but the educational institutions, unfortunately, don't have that. And connected with what Ahmed said about what is going on in Gaza, in Palestine, and how it is connected to what is going on right now in the United States and in the recent months, I believe that it is also about equity and sustainability in education. But and I want to give two examples based, one historical and the other one is the contemporary example, how young people were not just passive recipients of education, but active participants in shaping the educational paradigms, and how youth activism was the main driver and is the main driver for equity and sustainability and had redefined the educational paradigms recently. And both of the cases are actually connected to University of Chicago and Chicago in general. And the first one is the civil rights movements of 1960s. And the other one is the contemporary pro-Palestinian solidarity movements across the United States campuses. But both of these cases, both of these examples shows that student activism is not only about opposing the injustice, but also it is about building a more equitable and morally grounded educational system. The historical example of the 1960s civil rights movements at the University of Chicago is about including many students, including Bernie Sanders. They fought against the segregation in public schools here. And it was a grassroots movement, and it challenged the use of Willis wagons, as famously known, which were mobile classrooms placed in overcrowded black schools, and in order to perpetuate the segregation in Chicago's educational system. But what the students did, like Bernie Sanders and his friends, who were students at the University of Chicago, they skipped their classes, they joined the black community in blocking the installation of these trailers, and including Bernie Sanders, many of the students were arrested, they faced government surveillance, repression, but their effort finally laid the groundwork for dismantling this segregation in the Chicago schools. And it showed us that the students, the youth, have the power for that transformative change. And it also showed that change comes from the grassroots, not from the institutions. And in connection with that, we see a very similar scenario right now with the genocide taking place in Gaza. The pro-Palestinian student movements that are sweeping across U.S. campuses, including the University of Chicago, the students come together and they call for institutional accountability. They demand the universities, educational institutions, to divest from companies that are complicit in apartheid and complicit in the genocide that is taking place in Gaza. Because the students are asking this question, the youth are asking this question morally. They say, how can an educational institution claim to champion sustainability while investing in apartheid and genocide that have decimated all the schools in Gaza, killed tens of thousands of students, as Ahmed just mentioned? And if sustainability in education to be achieved, in my opinion, we must first fulfill our responsibility, not just for the future generations, but for the contemporary generations right now. And at the University of Chicago, the example that I want to give is that during the encampments, many students from different backgrounds, they came and they united around the values of humanity and justice. And despite the harsh crackdowns, as we saw in the 1960s with the case of civil rights movement, including the arrest, the disproportionate disciplinary actions towards students, many of my friends who were not able to receive their degrees, these students and my friends and me, we remain steadfast here. And because in the face of an educational institutions, which is weaponizing the so-called principle of institutional neutrality, the youth have refused to remain neutral. Because as moral beings, youth, we cannot stand neutral in the face of genocide, because we know that neutrality in such circumstances is complicity. And during the encampment, I wrote an article for the TRT Wall saying that these encampments, these protests are driven not by political ideologies, but by moral and humanitarian imperatives. And this is also connected to Ma'arif Foundation, Ma'arif approach that I mentioned earlier, which centers the morality. And so these students, me and my friends, they set aside all their concerns about rising tuition fees, their exams, their personal struggles, and sacrifice their comfort. And in some cases, they even sacrifice their career for the right of the students in Palestine. But why? Because they recognize that equity and sustainability in education cannot coexist with educational institutions, as I said, profiting from the apartheid and profiting from the genocide. So this is what defines the moral consciousness of today's youth. They are not just passive recipients of what is going on, but they are trying to change this. And also, as digital natives, the young people, the youth, have successfully leveraged the technology and social media. As we know, all the protests spread across the world from the United States, and all the students around the world started to pressure their institutions to divest from companies that invest in genocide. So this digital activism was also something, a powerful tool that the youth leveraged. I guess like all this, my experience here at the University of Chicago taught me an important lesson, that change requires courage and sacrifice. Nothing comes for easy. And fight for justice is very difficult. And maybe right now we were not able to change the institution's decisions about divestment, about investing in Israeli companies that are profiting from the genocide. But we know that based on the historical example that I mentioned, as Bernie Sanders and his student friends were successful in changing the educational system here in Chicago that was based on segregation of the black community, we know that they were successful and they remained on the right side of history. We also believe that we are on the right side of history. Maybe the change is not today, but tomorrow, in the future. This is something that laid the groundwork for change in educational systems. And I want to repeat again, as I said, education is not about acquiring knowledge. It's about being morally good people, persons, students who serve the society, who make change in the society, and who stand in solidarity with other students and with those who are oppressed. And I believe that the youth, based on these two examples, have the power to drive change in educational system, in education, towards sustainability and equity. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Yilmaz. As as a professor in the history department, I'm particularly pleased that you made references to history, because sometimes we're not so interested in dealing with history to understand current issues, right? But history could give us a new perspective, a meaningful perspective, and thank you so much for giving a different perspective about very important, very crucial subjects that we are unfortunately observing in the modern world today. So thank you, Yilmaz. So how about Beyda? Let's continue with you. Could you please share your thoughts on balancing classroom learning with experiential learning? So how do you view the integration of these educational approaches?
Of course. I would like to thank my fellows. It was a really good speech, and I really took many notes from their speeches. And I really like especially the example of Ümmühan Zeynep about stethoscope. And I would like to add a sentence from George Orwell's book, 1984, that I read. If you keep up with the little rules, you can break the big ones. So I want to take it as an example that in this world, only the successful one keeps the microphone. And if we have something meaningful to say, we must have the microphone so everyone hears and we can actually make a change. In order to do that, first, we must be successful at this educational system. So we might come somewhere to empower the other educational system to inform. So first, we must be successful in this one so we can change the other one. So I want to encourage all of the future students to actually be good at their lessons, not just to say that educational system isn't good and even if we study, we don't come anywhere. We must be successful so something changes. So first, I want them to learn about their lessons that are currently studying.
Well, thank you very much. I think you made a good point for balancing sort of personal individual goals with larger major goals, right? I think there should be a balance.
Thank you.
That's a very good point, Beyda. So finally, Ahmet, we would like to hear from you. So could you please, elaborate more on your thoughts that you have mentioned in the first round? So actually, I want to ask you particularly how to sustain dialogue among young generations across different nations. So you have good experience with the MUN models. So how did it contribute to you or having a good understanding, a sense of dialogue? What do you think about that?
Thanks for the question. It's a great one. So in more United Nations conferences, we have lots of students from every part of the world. And of course, every one of them they have a different culture and a different belief. So in these conferences, we sit at the table and we share our thoughts, we share our culture on the global issues like the sustainability and equity in education. And I have learned lots of things. I have learned very different experiences from my friends who live abroad. And these experiences really helped me to have a different perspective on the issue. So I hope this answer would define your question. Continuing with my speech, to ensure equality and sustainability in education, young people must actively contribute to shaping policies and implementing solutions. They can pursue political roles, such as becoming members of a parliament, to bring fresh, on-the-ground perspectives to the table. Being actively involved in education themselves, young people are uniquely positioned to understand its challenge and propose innovative practical solutions. And beyond formal politics, civil society organizations provide platforms for young people to express their ideas and create impactful projects that promote equality and sustainability. From high school onward, they can collaborate with various institutions through these initiatives, gaining leadership skills and driving real change. School clubs, community service projects, and peer-to-peer solidarity efforts like sister school programs can empower young people to take meaningful action with their communities, bridging gaps and fostering connections. Additionally, youth can grip the power of the digital platforms to raise awareness, lead advocacy campaigns, and engage broader audiences on issues of educational equity. As I stated in the beginning of my speech, by organizing events such as debates, workshops, or model United Nations sessions with a focus on education equality, they can inspire collective action while refining their global understanding of these critical issues. Finally, volunteer work is a transformative way for young people to contribute to society. For instance, the remarkable response of youth during the February 6th earthquake in Turkey showcased their potential to address societal challenges with resilience, empathy, and teamwork. Such activities not only develop their problem-solving skills, but also instill a deep sense of responsibility and compassion. As I mentioned earlier, many adults making decisions today fail to consider how their actions will impact future generations. This lack of consideration is often what fuels the so-called generation gap. Yet, just as young people are tasked with preserving the heritage, identity, and culture passed down by the previous generations, and passing them on to those who come after us, decision makers have a duty to ensure their choices protect the future of those who will inherit the world. Unlike Marty McFly in Back to the Future, we don't have a DeLorean to hop into and fix the mistakes of the past. That's why we must act with care and responsibility now, thinking deeply about the long-term consequences of the decisions we make today. That's why embracing the principle of intergenerational justice is essential. It ensures that today's decisions are made with an understanding of their long-term impact, fostering collaboration between generations, and bridging the gap through mutual respect and shared responsibility for the future. And also, intergenerational justice ensures that today's actions address not only the need of the present, but also protect the right and well-being of future generations. It's an ethical responsibility to pass down the world's resources and values equally. Issues like climate change, resource depletion, and education lie at the heart of this principle, as decisions in these areas shape both today's realities and tomorrow's possibilities. Laws like the Well-Being of Future Generations Act and laws exemplify how intergenerational justice can be enacted. This legislation requires public institutions to assess the long-term environmental, social, and economic consequences of their decisions, ensuring that policies benefit both current and future generations. Such frameworks encourage sustainable practices while respecting the rights of those who will inherit the outcomes of today's choices. If you have seen Planet of the Apes, you might recall how what initially seemed like a distant dystopia turned out to be the aftermath of humanity's own mistakes. This haunting metaphor reminds us that the consequences of poor decisions today can come back to harm us tomorrow. It's a call to embrace intergenerational justice before it's too late. Today, as I stand before you, I'm speaking not just for my generation, but for the future generations as well. Everything we do has a ripple effect far beyond our own lifetimes. The responsibility of building a better tomorrow rests on all of us. As I said before, we do not have a time machine to fix past mistakes, but we have the power to make thoughtful decisions today. Let's ensure that these decisions are guided not only by immediate needs, but also by the world we wish to leave behind. As we leave this session today to think about shaping a better future, let us not forget that in Gaza, the flames of genocide are still burning, and every moment of silence only fuels the suffering of an entire generation, deprived of their right to live, dream, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you very much for your very thoughtful points. Yeah, I'm so impressed by your points. Actually, I'm very impressed by your visions for the future. Thank you so much. And with these speeches, I would like to conclude the panel. I must say this before ending this session. These four friends, young colleagues, I believe have been an inspiration for a brighter future. Their points, their presentations have shown that they are very aware of the current state of the world and its challenges, but they also have a very cautious optimism, which is very important. And they have also demonstrated very effectively that better education is essential for a better future. So I extend my thanks to Zeynep, Yilmaz, Beyda, and Ahmed. Thank you very much. And my gratitude also goes to everyone who contributed to this great summit. Many thanks to Mari Foundation for their kind invitation to us. And we are very as viewers. Thank you so much, and we wish everyone best of luck.
Thank you so much, Professor Umut, and our panelists, Iman Zeynep, Bilgile Yilmaz Acar, Ahmed El Khalout, and Beyda Torbani. I had said before introducing the panel to my colleagues here that this would have by far been the most interesting panel of the day, and I was right. I'd like to quote Mr. Acar. He said, education isn't about acquiring knowledge, but raising morally conscious individuals, and that is one of the prime missions of the Marif Foundation in the field of education across the world. Thank you all very much for being with us at the Istanbul Education Summit. I'd now like to turn our attention to the Good Practice in Education series and crossover to Austria. This good practice is titled Rhythm of Turkish. Enjoy.
Yaşadığımız şehirden de Viyana'dan da ilham alarak müzik aracılığıyla bir Türkçe eğitim modeli geliştirdik.
Yurt dışında yaşayan göçmen ailelerin çocuklarının özellikle Türkçedeki eksikleri, telaffuz hataları, mecaz, deyiş gibi birikime sebep olacak kültürel birikimin çok eksik olduğunu keşfettik ve buna profesyonel olarak nasıl bir yaklaşım ve nasıl yardımcı olabileceğimizi düşündük.
Profesyonel bir müzik birimi ekibiyle çalışmamızı yürütmekteyiz. 6 ila 20 yaş arası gençlere bu proje aracılığıyla bu eğitim imkanı sunmaktayız.
Müzik ve ritimle Türkçe atölyelerinde kullanmak üzere yaş grubuna göre seçtiğimiz Türkçe çocuk şarkıları ve tematik eserler için notalar ve melodik notalar ve ritim notaları hazırlandı.
Süper. Hadi bakalım beraber. 3, 4. Salam.
Bu çalışmamızda da hayata dair öğrenme yaklaşımını benimsemiş bulunmaktayız. Öğrencilerimizi bir sınava hazırlamak yerine onlara hayat boyu eşlik edecek bir Türkçe kazanımı hedeflemekteyiz. Projemize katılan öğrencilerimizin günlük hayatta kullandıkları Türkçe'de ciddi bir gelişim gözlemledik. Özellikle büyük yaş grubu dağarcıklarının genişlemesi aynı zamanda onların zihin ve düşünce dünyasına yansıdığını da gözlemlemiş bulunmaktayız.
Yurt dışında yaşayan, doğup büyüyen çocuklardan bahsediyorsak ana dilin gelişimini sağlayan temel öğe birikimdir. Birikim çocuğun kendi ana toplumuyla barışık halde yaşayabilmesi adına mecaz dediğimiz, atasözü dediğimiz, deyiş dediğimiz daha derinlemesine altyapıya sahip olması asıl amacımız.
Türkçe çocuk şarkılarını öğrendim.
Yeni kelimeler öğrenmek mesela günleri, ayları ve meyveleri.
Daha iyi Türkçe okumaya başladım.
Bu derste müzikle birlikte kelimeleri öğrendik.
Deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu, deve kuşu, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Dikkat! Deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu, deve kuşu, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil.
Bu çalışmaya katılan öğrencilerimizin heyecanını evde paylaşması neticesinde velilerimizden çok güzel geri dönüşler aldık. Hatta bu yolculuğun bir yansıması olarak şu anda devam eden bir genç yetişkin korosu, bir çocuk korosu, çocuk halk oyunları korosu gibi çalışmalarımız hayata geçmiş durumda.
Kendi öğrendiklerini evde ailelerine sunuyorlar. Ailelerden de gelen bize dönüşler bizi çok mutlu ediyor. Çünkü zaten amacımız bu. Hafta sonu verdiğimiz eğitimin çocuklarda kalıcı olması, verdiğimiz bu Türkçe ağırlıklı müzik ritim atölyesinin de veliler tarafından takip edilmesini istiyoruz.
Umudun verdiği heyecan.
Mutluluk ve heyecan. Türkçe kelimelerle ritim çalmak.
Eğlenmek, heyecanlı,
Yeni bir şeyler öğrenmek.
heyecan.
Güzel bir Türkçe ile hayatı
Ben kızları geliyorum, selam ediyorum. Herkes ona bakıyor, merak ediyor. Çok teşekkür ederim hastacı sana. Pek sevişli haberler getirdin bana.
Absolutely magnificent. What an inspiring group of children there. Now, the Marif Foundation gives great importance in ensuring students learn the Turkish language through innovative methods and techniques to create a bridge of understanding and unity among nations. Esteemed guests, we'll now take a break until 2 p.m. local time, Turkey, and continue with our third panel when we return. See you then.
Marif Avusturya olarak yaşadığımız şehirden de Viyana'dan da ilham alarak müzik aracılığıyla bir Türkçe eğitim modeli geliştirdik.
Yurt dışında yaşayan göçmen ailelerin çocuklarının özellikle Türkçedeki eksikleri, telaffuz hataları, mecaz, değiş gibi birikime sebep olacak kültürel birikimin çok eksik olduğunu keşfettik ve buna profesyonel olarak nasıl bir yaklaşım ve nasıl yardımcı olabileceğimizi düşündük.
Profesyonel bir müzik birimi ekibiyle çalışmamızı yürütmekteyiz. 6 ila 20 yaş arası gençlere bu proje aracılığıyla bu eğitim imkanını sunmaktayız.
Müzik ve ritimle Türkçe atölyelerinde kullanmak üzere yaş gruplarına göre seçtiğimiz Türkçe çocuk şarkıları ve tematik eserler için notalar ve melodik notalar ve ritim notaları hazırlandı.
Süper. Hadi bakalım beraber. 3, 4. Sağ.
Bu çalışmamızda da hayata dair öğrenme yaklaşımını benimsemiş bulunmaktayız. Öğrencilerimizi bir sınava hazırlamak yerine onlara hayat boyu eşlik edecek bir Türkçe kazanımı hedeflemekteyiz. Projemize katılan öğrencilerimizin günlük hayatta kullandıkları Türkçe'de ciddi bir gelişim gözlemledik. Özellikle büyük yaş grubundaki öğrencilerimizle yapmış olduğumuz çalışmalar neticesinde kelime dağarcıklarının genişlemesi aynı zamanda onların zihin ve düşünce dünyasına yansıdığını da gözlemlemiş bulunmaktayız.
Yurt dışında yaşayan, doğup büyüyen çocuklardan bahsediyorsak ana dilin gelişimini sağlayan temel öğe birikimdir. Birikim çocuğun kendi ana toplumuyla barışık halde yaşayabilmesi adına mecaz dediğimiz, atasözü dediğimiz, deyiş dediğimiz daha derinlemesine altyapıya sahip olması asıl amacımız.
Türkçe çocuk şarkılarını öğrendim. Yeni kelimeler öğrenmek, mesela günleri, ayları ve meyveleri.
Daha iyi Türkçe okumaya başladım.
Bu derste müzikle birlikte kelimeleri öğrendik.
Deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu, deve kuşu, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun. Dikkat! Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil. Dikkat! Deve kuşu fil, deve kuşu fil. Deve kuşu, deve kuşu, deve kuşu fil. Maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, maymun, deve kuşu fil.
Bu çalışmaya katılan öğrencilerimizin heyecanını evde paylaşması neticesinde velilerimizden çok güzel geri dönüşler aldık. Hatta bu yolculuğun bir yansıması olarak şu anda devam eden bir genç yetişkin korosu, bir çocuk korosu, çocuk halk oyunları korosu gibi çalışmalarımız hayata geçmiş durumda.
Kendi öğrendiklerini evde ailelerine sunuyorlar. Ailelerden de gelen bize dönüşler bizi çok mutlu ediyor. Çünkü zaten amacımız bu. Hafta sonu verdiğimiz eğitimin çocuklarda kalıcı olması, verdiğimiz bu Türkçe ağırlıklı müzik ritim atölyesinin de veliler tarafından takip edilmesini istiyoruz.
Umudun verdiği heyecan.
Mutluluk ve heyecan. Türkçe kelimelerle ritim çalmak.
Eğlenmek, heyecanlı,
Yeni bir şeyler öğrenmek.
heyecan,
Güzel bir Türkçe ile hayatın ritmini yakalamak.
Rapozlar geliyor, selam veriyor. Herkes ona bakıyor, merak ediyor. Çok teşekkür ederim pastacı sana. Pek sevinçli haberler getirdin bana.
Dear guests, welcome back. I hope you're all refreshed and ready to watch the last panel of our Istanbul Education Summit. The title of this panel is A New Sustainable School Culture. Now, a new and sustainable school culture, it embraces an approach that prioritizes not only academic success, but also students' social, emotional, and environmental responsibilities. This culture supports diversity, inclusivity, and equality in education, allowing students to listen to and appreciate different perspectives. And it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our guests that are joining us from across the globe. Moderating the panel is Professor Dr. Hayati Akyol with the Department of Basic Education, Faculty of Education at Gazi University. Joining Professor Akyol are Professor Takaharu Tezuka at the Faculty of Architecture and Urban Design Department of Architecture at Tokyo City University. I'd also like to welcome CEO and founder of Designing Schools, Dr. Saba Kudwai. And last but not least, Dr. Claire Al-Kwatli. She carries a PhD in Human Development, Learning and Culture at the University of South Australia. Thank you all for being with us here today. Over to you, Professor Akyol.
To say good afternoon to everyone. Before starting our panel, I'd like to welcome to our panelists and all participants and greet them with respect. My name is Hayati Akyol and I work at Gazi University, Gazi Education Faculty, Department of Basic Education. My field of study is reading education and reading programs. I'll be moderating today's panel. First of all, I would like to thank the Marif Foundation and all the team who organized the meeting, and I'd like to emphasize that I am happy to be here. Our panelists, I think, introduced by our speakers shortly. I will say a couple of sentences regarding the issue. Our panel title today is New Sustainable School Culture. And I'd like to mention a couple of sentences related to this topic. Creating a new sustainable school culture involves designing an environment where education, community, and the natural world intersects harmoniously. It means going beyond just teaching about sustainability. It is about living, it is practicing, and making it a core part of the school experiences. This culture fosters an ethos of responsibility, interconnectedness, and resilience. For establishing this type of culture, we might do in schools like integrate sustainability into the school curriculum, foster an eco-conscious community, eco-friendly school infrastructure, zero waste and resource efficiency, school and emotional learning tied to sustainability, collaboration with local organizations and experts, and also long-term cultural shifts. As a summary, I'd like to say that a new sustainable school culture is one that does not simply teach sustainability, but embodies it in every facet of life within the school. It is about developing future leaders who understand that the well-being of our planet is tied to the well-being of humanity, and that they have a role to play in preserving both. This kind of culture requires a holistic community-driven approach where sustainability becomes part of the school's identity and everyone practices. It is not just about greening the campus, it is about embedding sustainability into the very fabric of education and life. In this framework, our esteemed speakers will analyze the subject from different perspectives and share their views. I'd like to thank them in advance. As I said at the beginning of our panel, our presentations will be made in 2 rounds. Our speakers will have 12 minutes for each round. And I'd like to first start with Dr. Claire Alcautli. Dr. Claire, please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akyol. It's really lovely to be here. Very briefly, my background is in human development, learning, and culture. And I will start us off on an intimate note. This is a presentation delivered to each and every adult who's here. So that may sound a strange way to start off talking about sustainability, but I hope you're going to follow this thread of thinking. So I'm sharing my screen now. My topic is looking at the educator at the heart of educational sustainability. And as you will see, we're really looking at the educator's superpowers here. So just to begin, I wanted to remind everybody of the SDG goal number 4, aiming for inclusive and equitable quality education to promote lifelong learning and opportunities for all. So what I want to do here is actually go deep into what it means to be inclusive and equitable and what quality education is. And my main idea is that there is no inclusion, sustainability, or quality unless you have a robust educator at the center who's going to engage learners. And these educators, I just want to point out, are education happens in every facet of life. So the first thing we think about are within schools, and that is incredibly important. There are many educators in a school setting beyond the teacher, including the environment, the administrative staff, the school leaders. We are all responsible for the development of children. But educators are also out there in the community. We're the adults in the lives of kids. We're parents, we're uncles and aunties, we're community leaders, we're community members. And so I'm really speaking to everybody when I ask, what does this mean at the level of the individual educator? Okay, so we are all educators. And what does this mean at the level of the educator-learner relationship? So I'm going to pose 3 brief questions in my 12 minutes. The first is, who is the human being that we are aiming to educate and develop? Because what I want to suggest, and at the heart of my own work, is that we often have too narrow an understanding of the human being at the center of education. So who is this human being? Towards what objectives are we aiming to educate and develop this human being? And how can the educator catalyze education and development? 3 simple questions. I'm going to argue that they are at the heart of educational sustainability, and let's explore why. So before I go forward, as an academic, I do need to tell you where I'm drawing this information from. So this is based on my own doctoral research with 32 Canadian educators, where I asked them about their pedagogies. Okay, I'm specifically focused on, I wanted to know the methods of teaching and learning by which they engaged young learners. I'm also drawing from Vygotsky's sociocultural theory, and you'll see some key quotes by this Russian developmental psychologist. And I'm also drawing upon some contributions from Islamic psychologists. This is in English in the mainstream academy. This is a new and growing field, although it's in a timeless tradition, as people know. I'm also sharing just some educational curios that I gathered along my own learning journey, because I'm really fascinated by this question of how can we foster child development. So very quickly, a couple of definitions. We're looking at education as it happens across the lifespan in various places, leading to the development of the whole human being. So I'm not only looking at schools, although that is a prime venue, obviously. And then development refers to the changes in a person's psychological functions and behavior with the passage of time, as a function of biological, sociocultural, and environmental influences. So I really wanted you to just be grounded in how I'm using these terms, and you can see that I'm using them in quite expansive ways. Okay, so first question, who is the human being that we are aiming to educate and develop? So I'm suggesting that we need to look broader. We need to look deeper. We are more than just a body and a mind with some emotions on the side. So according to the Islamic psychologists, we also have a pure nature that's responsive to truth and beauty and goodness, called the fitrah. We also have a nafs, which is a multi-layered self, with the lowest levels requiring self-discipline and refinement, and the highest levels ultimately would guide us to our highest potential. We also have a combination of aql as cognition or intellect unified with the qalb, which is known as the emotion or heart, and both of which have spiritual dimensions. Okay, this is from the work of the Islamic psychologists. Then we have a soul or a spirit, which is a pure, non-individual aspect of the human being with an inclination towards growth. It's been referred to as a center of consciousness that is inherently connected to a broader consciousness. So I'm drawing here from the work of some Islamic psychologists with the hope that we can really think about these dimensions that we want to engage. Like knowing that a child has these dimensions changes the way that we engage young people. Okay, and this is, I'm just giving you tips of the iceberg, but this was, it came to my attention with my research participants when one of them said, when you understand something, you're in a better position to deal with it. And what this means is that if we recognize these deep dimensions of the human being, we are in a better position to be able to engage those dimensions. That's where the transformation happens. Second question, what are we aiming for? Towards what objectives? So here, I want to ask you these questions about what is the beautiful child growing towards? Who is the ideal human that we're aiming to educate? This person might be somebody who's your companion later on. This might be somebody who raises your grandchildren. This might be somebody who represents your country to the world. And this might be somebody who contributes beauty and benefit to the world and its creatures. So I really want us to be thinking of the highest end of human development that we're aiming for, okay? We really need to be thinking at this high level. And what I always ask of my teacher, I am a teacher educator, so what I ask of my teachers is draw that child. I want to see what that child's gonna look like. And so these are some drawings that my students have done. Okay, so the third question, and this is really the meat of my presentation, is how can the educator catalyze education and development? How can each one of us, regardless of how we're enacting education, whether we're a teacher, a school leader, a parent, or a community member, how can we do this? So I'm only going to talk about two, but the first one is love. And here I bring in Vygotsky, who said that affect, meaning emotion, positive affect, is the alpha and the omega, the first and the last link, the prologue and the epilogue of all mental development. That is a huge statement when the Western world, over time, since the Industrial Revolution and potentially before, has been focusing on the cognitive rather than the emotional dimensions of education. And yet, Lev Vygotsky here is saying that affect is at the heart of all mental development. So this is where we're starting. And then studies have shown that just one adult at school, children did better at school when they had a good relationship with that one adult, which is so beautiful. And that's what we want to be to children, right? It's easy. It's so easy to do that. How can we do that with every single young person? And then Yuri Bronfenbrenner, another mega theorist in developmental psychology, said children need at least one person who is absolutely crazy about them. And what I love about this is that a child knowing that is able to be so much more resilient if they know that they have an adult standing behind them. Other studies have suggested that children do better at school if they have just one friend. They're so much more resilient to bullying. So how, as educators, can we foster that one friend? Okay, so this is my final quote on this topic, is that love, loyalty, and consistency seem to matter more than methods of teaching. What this should be suggesting to us is that we all have the potential to be transformative educators, regardless of what the topic we're teaching and potentially even the methods. So if we start with love, loyalty, and consistency, we can go really far with our young people. And so it looks like this. If you think about love as a developmental catalyst, this is what you can actually do. So you love what you do and you express that to kids. There's nothing more inspiring than a role model who loves what they do. love learning. So exhibit your own love of learning to your students. Love your students. Foster love between students. Love the majesty and the mystery of existence and express that love as awe. So these are just some ideas about ways you can actually center love within the learning environment. And I hope you can see the implications of inclusivity here is that there's no barriers to this, okay? So the second catalyst that I want to bring your attention to is final forms. So this is again Lev Vygotsky, really of child development are present in the environment from the very beginning. What this means is that, unlike other areas of life, within child development, the final forms are there, and children are engaging with them at all times. What I love about this picture is that here you have a much older kid who is on his way towards final or idealized forms, and he has inspired all these children to do an impromptu prayer together in a mosque that they came across. So it's so like, having that role model, that elder person, and it doesn't even have to necessarily be a full adult. Okay, so this should prompt us to ask, what or who are the ideal forms of child development? So an example is when a child speaks in babbles, the adult answers in the final form of the language. This is the quintessential example of how children engage with final forms to develop, right? When a child is blah, blah, blah, blah to us as adults, we don't respond in that language. We respond in the beautiful final form of the language, and engaging with that final form, the child develops. Okay. So I want us to be thinking about what does this mean in terms of holistic learning and development beyond language? What does it mean? What are we role modeling in the environment? So one of my own research participants articulated this by saying, I can't give something I don't have. You cannot pour from an empty jar. So I cannot teach something or plant something that I don't have myself. And so what this should prompt us to ask is, what do we have? And how can we enhance what we have? We need to do a survey of our strengths and a survey of our challenges, and then build upon our challenges. And so how it looks like is that we develop learners by developing our own selves in terms of the dimensions that I already mentioned. So we need to be holistically developed as adult educators in order to model the final forms with young people. So my take-home message is that every adult is an educator with the potential to catalyze learning and development. Every single one of us. And I think, I'm really interested to take this into environments where children are missing education or their education has been truncated, because it is the ultimate inclusive and sustainable educational culture. And at the end of the day, we need to invest in our educators, and those could be adults in any area of education. So thank you so much. I'll stop sharing now.
I thank you to Dr. Claire Alcautli using the time proficiently, and she focused on 3 points in education, starting with the framework of inclusiveness and equitability. And she raised 3 questions: who is the human being? And what type of objectives should be following to raise the human being that we want? And how can educators succeed this type of objectives concerning the developmental perspective in education? Thank you for her enlightening presentation. And secondly, I'll give the floor to Dr. Sabba Kudbey. Welcome, Dr. Sabba.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation to be able to follow up from, because one of the things that I thought was really interesting was yesterday, Professor Falk really talked about that challenge in a very direct way. He actually started his presentation by saying that, like, given the world's conditions and limits on the autonomy of many educators, faculty, administrators, and even to students, it's really easy to feel disempowered. And, you know, when I hear Dr. Claire talk about how every child needs somebody who believes in them, I think we really see the impact of that later in life when you grow up not having somebody believe in you in that way. You in turn become somebody who doesn't believe things are possible. And I think that's where the root cause of many of these challenges for us really come from. And so he said, this is the challenge, right? Where that we have to be able to solve for so that innovation and collaboration can really thrive. So this is something that I hope to be able to talk a little bit about today. In the first sort of 12 minutes, I'd really like to focus on the learner, the student, the young people. And in the second half, I'd like to focus more on the adults and the educators for how they can be more empowered to do some of these different things. But a guiding question in my work, so I'm a former history teacher, and now we work with schools on AI and technology integration. But one of the core questions that drives all of our work, this is our vision, is how do we create cultures of innovation that begin with a culture of empathy? Because like Dr. Claire so beautifully kind of shared right before, if we don't talk about our own challenges and we don't survey our own challenges and we don't survey also our own motivations, what are the things that interest us, that motivate us, that inspire us, it's very hard to sort of design anything on top of that because we're not keeping the needs of the people really in mind as we are designing. And so I think this was like echoed a little bit earlier as well in the beginning, but I just wanted to really kind of reframe that sustainability is so much more than just like the environment. It's really the importance of alignment between all of the different areas from people, right? Their well-being, fairness across all communities, but also prosperity, how we grow economies responsibly without harming the planet or people, all in the service of being able to protect our natural planet and the things that we have. And prosperity and sustainability and these terms are so interesting these days because you have many different CEOs. You know, this is just one from like Sam Altman, where he writes, especially with AI, I think there's a new sort of like lens to how we think about prosperity in the future and our ability to solve challenges and solve some of these very pressing problems. You know, he says with these new abilities we can have shared prosperity to a degree that seems unimaginable today in everyone's future. Everyone's lives can be better than anyone's life is now. But I would say a very key word in the phrasing is can, right? Like it's not we will have this, it's we can have this. So what do we need to do to be able to make sure that, you know, everybody is able to take advantage of the different opportunities that are given to them? But most importantly, if we're going to do that, like I said, like Dr. Claire was such a beautiful one to follow, you know, if we're going to do this, we have to be able to spark agency and hope within our educators to be able to innovate within constraints. Because too often, I think we do hear, we can't do this because of this, or we can't do this because of that. And when we hear those kinds of limiting beliefs, it's definitely, you know, a reality that many of us face. Constraints are everywhere, but our ability to see beyond constraints and be able to, you know, sort of like identify different areas and solutions is really where I think the opportunity lies for us. So there are many different strategies and things like that we can share with you. But what I wanted to do is share one example that we are seeing have a really, really, really significant impact on what people see as possible in their spaces. And so this actually started a couple of months ago, where we were invited by 15 different international schools to bring their student leadership teams together. So it was about 15 schools and about 260 students. And the focus for them in bringing these students together was to ask, how do we design an experience that integrates artificial intelligence into sustainability-focused community service projects? So these were many like IB schools and things along those lines. And they really wanted their young people to learn about integrity, about ethics, but also in alignment with community service and what AI could do in this particular role. So in this particular experience, what we did was we used a method called design thinking. And what makes design thinking, I think, really unique from many other methods is that it begins with empathy, right? It begins not with an answer. It begins not with a solution. It doesn't begin by telling you what you should do. It begins by really sort of evaluating and asking people within the community to talk to each other, right? To, kind of move beyond, a lot of times we also stay in our silos. Educators only talking to educators, administrators, not always, talking to everybody, students not being part of the conversation, community members not always being part of the conversation. And so design thinking really encourages you to make everybody a part of that conversation through empathy and things like that. So that's the method that we went in to teach the students. And so design thinking, I will also say, is unique because it's not just a method, like begin with empathy, prototype something, test something. It's also a mindset around, okay, we don't have the answer. We don't know what the solution is going to be, but how might we come up with something? And one step at a time, we will work towards that with the understanding that you're comfortable with ambiguity because you know that your first try is not your last try. And so the students initially had a list of different topics that they could choose from for their different projects that they wanted to work on. So you'll see here, there's everything from environmental responsibility to how might we create better school environments for you and enhance your education, to health and wellness and community, to volunteering resources, and to just communication and awareness. So there were 3 different workshops that we did with the students. Now, you can take this and, you could really modify this to whatever your individual scenario is. But we did 3 workshops with the students. The first one was looking at what are the strengths of artificial intelligence tools, and then what are your human strengths, and what does that collaboration look like as you think about making decisions for when and where you use different things. The second workshop was, now that you know what the AI strengths are and you know what your individual strengths are, what topic are you going to choose as your final one, and how are you going to take that idea and make it something actionable? And this is where the design thinking process really, really, really helps because it's very easy to get lost in the ideas of something, but what's your plan? What are you going to do in the next 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months? That's kind of how we organize it with them. They're able to do that very, very, very quickly. And then in the third workshop, we focus on presentation and pitching. So don't just, talk about your idea, show people, what are you going to test? How are you going to implement it? What are your first steps going to be? And I feel like, these pictures, I think, really sort of describe and just speak to the entire experience because you can just see here how engaged they are. And, when we talk about, again, strengths, we talk about believing in people, and we talk about all these different qualities. It really does start, I think the younger it starts, the more you can take that into adulthood. And when you are given the strategies for actually addressing complexities, challenges, ambiguity, which is such a consistent part of our world today, you really do become more confident at dealing with many of the different variables that you are often faced with. And this isn't just something that, is important just from a human development perspective. This is also, workplaces are looking for these skills as well. This was a study that was done last year. Really, before we used to see things like problem solving, creativity, and it's not to say those don't matter anymore, but it's almost like those have just become the norm. Now people are looking for integrity, ethics. Can you motivate and inspire other people around you? So these students, like you can see, they're just so young, but honestly did some of the best presentations that, I've seen in a really long time. And one of the frameworks that we introduced, because we too often, when it comes to complexity, see many people, especially with AI right now, wanting to either ban, block, or give rules. You can do this here, but you can't do this there. And one of the things that we think is so important for young people right now is agency. Being able to learn and engage in the messiness of making decisions in a safe space with those adults who love you and believe in you around you so that you can fail in a safe way and learn again and again and again from those things. So one of the frameworks that we often share as we encourage people to either include as part of a rubric when students are utilizing artificial intelligence in particular is what we call WISE. And you can really apply this framework to any technology. In this case, we have artificial intelligence, but it's really just, will it affect my well-being and those around me? Am I using AI with integrity? what skills am I learning and what skills might I be losing? And does it help me engage better as a learner in my outcomes? And you could just see here some of their responses. It was so incredible just to see the different thoughts and the different ideas it is that they had when you give them this agency and you really give them the space to be able to create with the structures and with the right facilitation that comes from the adults. So that's sort of that part that I wanted to share in terms of the students. I'm sure many people might be thinking, well, I don't know how I could do this as an educator. Where do I even begin? I have to teach this class, this class, this class. So hopefully in the next round, we will focus in on the educator and what it is they can be able to do with these tools to be able to create these environments.
Thank you for Dr. Saba for this informing presentation. She mainly focused on the question of how schools can develop sustainable culture by centering the children. And in this process, he focused on also using AI-based activities in schools to develop our children. Thank you. Finally, for this round, I'd like to leave the floor to Dr. Takaharu Tezuka. Please, Dr. Takaharu, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. If you can hear me, could you raise a hand? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay, it's good. Okay, first of all, I need to tell you my background because I'm not an educator. Okay, I'm not a researcher. I'm an architect. But at the same time, I tell you, I'm designing many pedagogical structures, architectures. And here now I'm at Los Angeles today, talking about school. So my career is very complex. And the topic of the class here in UCLA I'm having is the school for sharing. Okay, that is going to be a very important topic for me. Our school was the place where we have to give knowledge. Okay, but the knowledge is more private. Okay, you have to build up, but that cannot serve society. I think we want to change our knowledge to wisdom so that we can share the things. Okay, so it's about sharing. So I'm going to show you what I have done in the past. Okay, and so I start sharing the screen. Now one, okay. To PowerPoint. Okay, this is the school we designed, and many people knows it's called Donuts sometimes, and it's called Fuji Kindergarten too. And as you know, there's a tree hopping through, so you see that the kids are running on top, and then kids love to jump with the net. These things. I'm not showing a class. I'm showing what they do. This boy loves the tree, so the boy is eating the tree. Okay, oops, sorry. And then it's nice to see kids sitting on the edge. And then monkey in the zoo, feeding time. And when we designed school, nobody believed this is possible. But somehow, OECD found out this is a new way of education because there's no wall between classrooms. So elderly and young, all these people are studying together. That is what we're doing. And you can see that the kids on top, anything's going on. And also you can see that what our water tap is not just a water tap. The boy is not washing his boots. He's putting water in the boots. And this is inside the classroom. You can see that there is no wall between classroom. So people say, what's going on about sound? But interesting thing is that the kids are capable of selecting the sound from a strong background noise. And that is what human beings are, especially before 8 years old. They have such a kind of capability. And the silence is a big problem, okay? Actually, so background noise is good for them. And if you want to know more about it, but yeah, you have to read my paper. And I published that from Harvard. But today I don't have time to talk about. And also people worried about, what are we going to do if the temperature out the weather is bad? Kids get wet. But the thing is, the kids are waterproofed. In Japan, we can wash kids clean. Okay, so I think that we are doing quite unusual things, but this is how kids were supposed to be, and this is how we make a classroom. We share the classroom, but it's boxes. They were supposed to help teacher, they never do. Okay, that is what we did. But I think you know this school already, so I'm going very quick. A monkey trying to fish another monkey. And the Santa Claus comes down from the skylight and the lights. Okay, this is the how school is looking like. And this is the movement of the boy between 10 past 9 to 30 past 9. Within 20 minutes, he made this much, and he made 6 kilometers before the lunchtime. And you can see that how kids are moving around. And on top, they are sharing, kind of environment with friends. Underneath of this dish, and they are sharing space. And because there is nothing in the middle, you can see each other. So it's very interactive. That's what we have been doing, and you can see that how they free are. And some professors come to this place. What happens? They bump each other. They are moving different directions. And the principal says, "Oh, nobody has died yet." So I'm going to show you some class schools. Again, this school has no edge, like this. Okay, so kids moving around, and also there's no boundary between inside out. So that is what we did. Okay, you can see that it's really open. And also I'm showing my museum, and I'm running a museum. I'm director, I'm the president of the museum, and you can see that we are doing some creative work, and also we pray. Okay, I'm gonna show you much first. Okay, and the mother is running, and so we do music class here, and we invite sometimes Tokyo Film Hub Orchestra, top orchestra. People think kids don't like classical music, but it's not true. Just they hate seat numbers. So you can see a boy coming close to that instrument. He calls to the music, but the point is, it's about choice. We are not giving them order. They are choosing what they want to do. And my wife is sleeping in front. Okay. And also, I can show you what happens. Disaster. They're happy. Okay. Now I'm showing another project, just ongoing in India, in Ahmedabad. And this is not a diagram I made. They are trying to make some kind of more interactive method. And also they are thinking how they can share the nature and the environment with others. And they're saying, okay, this is very big postal land. It's about 80,000 square meters. So we want to coexist with trees. So we try to include everything, one space. But interesting about this school is that, that classroom is not square. You share the space. So 5 classroom has one common space. And actually we can say open space. And then 5 other open spaces are sharing everything. Okay. So it's like a living organism. And also there are trees coming in. So trees and the classes, all these about sharing. It's very interactive. So that's what I'm doing. And then also just we talk about the trees, but I don't think this is a big topic, but I'm going to show you how the place is looking like. You can see that, the building is designed to embrace nature. And so wherever you go, you see school classrooms are popping out in the nature, and it's very green. Okay. And also, I need to show this this building called the Mothership, and this is the space for shared ideas with many open spaces. And this is the open space about between the 5 classrooms. And then the classroom open up to green. So there's you don't see any boundary, just everything's about sharing. And this is quite organic. That is what we have been working on. And then, this is Austria. Maybe I don't need to talk about much, but it's about sharing. And so this, I can show you another project. And it's almost completing in Dubai. They want to have a progressive education. They are going to educate people until 18 years old. And this is a sketch. There's no boundary classrooms. And this is how the classroom is looking like. And then, hold on just a moment. What's going on? Sorry. Stop. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what happened. Sorry, just a moment. I think something wrong with it. Okay, now it's moving. Sorry. After this, I made a sketch and how the classroom is looking like. It's like a cell. And this is a very early presentation. We did, actually, this is the middle of Dubai at the big park, Safa Park. And this shape of the building is based on the traditional building. And we are making oasis. Inside, you can see the space is quite open. So after making, by the way, on the middle, I'm trying to bring in my museum inside so that they can do the creative things. This is a classroom. And the important thing is how can absorb the sound. That is what we do. So this is a kind of school we have been designing now in Dubai. And this finally, I want to show this project. It's very important. This is the school deep in the Himalayan mountain in India. A deep Himalayan mountain. And then they said that they want to make a school, but very deep, 500 kilometers across the city. And there's a bank. I started the school 90 years ago, but this school became the best in the region. And 95% of the children go to university. But all these are orphan. And their education is amazing. This is Tibetan Buddhism. And this is the idea. It's called Shunyata. It's based on Zelo. They share the ideas and we transform that idea into architecture. The idea is sharing knowledge between 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13. It's just numbers. So they said, knowledge doesn't work. Okay, so you have to have a wisdom. So it's about sharing. And this is how they start education, putting seed, and they digest, and they share, and they share, and share. And I tested that in my university, back in with the university students, what's the distance we can work with, and they tested in India. This is a kind of classrooms we have been working with, and this plan we have been doing now. And then we made a model. It's a timber, and we are trying to use local construction because I don't want to local to lose the money. And so we are trying this with students, but I'm running out of time. So you can see that how
a shared education without walls. If we could share that vision around the world, perhaps we could transform
they don't have
society
anything,
for the
they have
better.
just one cardboard box, but they're happy. The school, how it's looking like, and that's the end. And I can show you the one interesting
The
school.
children at this kindergarten spend 2 days a week surrounded by nature.
So these kids go to forest school.
They take a 15-minute ride on the bus to this quirky building in the forest, shaped like a witch's hat.
And I'll show you how it
Designed to
looks like.
act as a prism. The couple.
So inside, there's the lights. Kids play with the light, but these are Dutch light with prism. And also interesting thing
But
is
don't wall the
building.
children off from the outside world.
So 50% of the building is outside. They spend more time outside than inside. So this is their friend.
Deputy Principal Takisawa Michiko.
お日様が入るね、光もそうですけれど、日差しが私は好きだなと思ってます。外で雨の中をこう耳を澄ますっていうことってなかなかないと思うんですね。きっと子どもたちこうやって遊びながらもすっごく働いてるので。
So I think it's enough for my presentation, but also my presentation is about sharing. How we can transform the knowledge into wisdom, and the sharing doesn't stop within the school, the community, and economy, and so nature. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Takahoro. He is presented us the new architectural ways of designing classrooms, and the idea was that we can create learning areas without barriers, without walls. Thank you for him for this nice presentation. So we right now finished our first round, and we will be starting our second round, and we'll follow the same order as we had in the first round. So the first turn is for Dr. Claire Alkautli. Please, Dr. Alkautli.
Thank you so much. Thank you to my colleagues for their amazing presentations. I had actually learned about the donut school from when I was doing my PhD at the University of British Columbia in Western Canada. I saw a video about it, and we were learning about it in terms of promoting social and emotional development and really enabling kids to just express themselves and be kids. So what I would like to do with these 12 minutes is really open it up to discussion and dialogue. I don't want to present anymore or talk anymore. I would love to either invite questions and then ask questions of my colleagues. Is that okay, Professor?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. So I should make a question. I think you were talking about the love. I think there's a big difference between love and compassion. Love is something for particular, and the compassion for everybody. And could you elaborate how these things do for education? Because there has never been social connection between these two in school.
Yeah, so that's a really, really good question. So love is different from compassion. And it's also different, but related to empathy, which is what Dr. Sabo is also mentioning. So it would be really nice to bring those together and talk a little bit about why they're so important. So I guess the first thing regarding love is what it does to the brain chemistry. Yeah, so it's this idea that if children feel love, their brain is flooded with the feel-good hormones, and they're open to learning. And so, when I was looking at the designs of your schools, and you look at the expressions on children's faces, you see joy, you see happiness, and you see love. And so creating environments like that for children to explore is nurturing those feelings of love and the brain hormones that promote learning, right? And so, but I do think it's important to acknowledge that an environment alone is a great facilitator, but it's not necessarily enough. Because you can imagine if there was one kid alone in one of these amazing buildings, or if there were a group of kids, but one kid was being bullied, right? So I think it's the unity of these amazing spaces that prompt us to think about learning in new ways. along with really thinking about the relational environment within the schools?
I think just a problem of the school these days, actually has been, is that the school was about competition. How can you be clever than others? But that is creating a problem, especially in Europe and in the States and some developed countries, because everybody wants to go to university, and then you find out, there is no person working on the field, and society collapses. So I think I think we should really think about how we can change education. Maybe no test, and also you should know that maybe it's I'm going to this is going to be next topic. Dr. Kwanwai Sabra, I don't know how she was talking about AI. AI is going to change that a lot because knowledge can be obtained from in the kind of computer. So it changes everything. I think change is coming. It's the base is, I think, as you said, it's love. How you can the empathy, like you have empathy.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I just wanted to mention about empathy, and Dr. Saba touched upon it as well, is this idea that empathy involves imagination. It's very difficult to be truly empathetic unless your imagination, your imaginative faculty is engaged, right? And the imaginative faculty is something that we are all working towards. And I can see it in your spaces, Dr. Tezuka. I can see like it's really stimulating the imagination, because if you provide this kind of open space for children to use however they see fit, you're inviting them to imagine, inviting them, how do they want to use the space? How do they want to position themselves in the space? And I'd like to talk for a tiny minute about the juxtaposition between this open kind of invitation and creativity, and what Dr. Seba was talking about in terms of the constraints, because we have constraints, we have challenges in society. Like, we don't live in a society where there's no constraints, and the constraints themselves can trigger real creativity. Sometimes people can be more creative when they have more restraints. So I wondered your thoughts on these, like how can we do both? And are there times and places for each one?
I think it's the question to another speaker, I think. Doctor, I think you should talk.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, I'm going to share a little bit of that in when I get to my part, because I do think there is an intersection between, like you shared, the way AI is going to change the landscape. There's a really good book called AI Superpowers by Dr. Kai-Fu Lee. And the premise of the book at the end is, how do we create a world where we have more love and compassion? Like, that's sort of like everybody's idealistic vision for a world with AI, is we have different learning spaces. We're challenging the different systems and structures that have held us back for many years, have really limited the very human elements of who we are. But how we get there, I think, is really sort of like the challenge for us to address. And I think being able to leverage, because to your point, that imagination that you talk about, it's not that people don't have it, it's that it needs to be revived. And there have to be certain experiences. And I just keep going back to everything you said about love and people believing in you, because it is probably the number one thing that we see in most places. Either people don't believe in themselves, or they don't believe in what's possible. And listening to you really made me realize that it really must start internally. Like, if you don't have that experience of love, and you don't have that belief in yourself, how are you going to go out into the world and believe in other people and believe in bigger possibilities about tackling these very large traditional systems that exist? And so I think that sort of that piece, and the one thing that I also heard from you that I thought was really interesting was, we talk a lot about the whole child, right? And I feel like in sort of like Western terminology, it's I don't want to say vague, but the way you kind of outlined it as like fitra, nafs, akal, qalb, and ruh, like, I'm just curious to kind of hear your thoughts, really sort of from both of you, because, Takahara, you also mentioned sort of like the difference you see between the developed world, like the States and whatnot, and the emphasis we place on things. what is that friction point that you feel like maybe one can learn from the other as we think about redesigning some of these systems, sort of in that spirit of empathy? What can we really learn from maybe places that we're not exposed to, that most people don't even travel to, in trying to create these new structures?
Okay, it's a question to me. I think, I think Japan and maybe this school called UCLA went through the threshold. No, just these students went through some kind of competitions. They think they are very good, okay? But sometimes they don't know what's going on in the world. And so when you're talking to students, they analyze things, So for example, when you ask them, what is this with a coffee cup? And what they see is, oh, this is circle, this straight line, the rectangle, and the ceramic. They don't say that's coffee inside. Interesting, right? And they don't say hot. Okay, that is the first thing I teach them. So how can you observe instead of analyze? That is the kind of things that both of you have been talking about. It's that we need to be holistic, and when we do, especially when you do PhD, you have to be in actually objective. So you have to have a kind of evidence. So always you try to narrow down the topic. But the truth is that always you need to zoom out. You can observe from that. So it's a kind of, I say it's a topic you're talking about inclusiveness. I said, holistic, and so it's very difficult to make that to the paper. But it's really the time to go back how we used to look at the kids. And I think I can tell you one more thing. One of the students at Harvard made a question to me, and how can you learn? How could you learn so much about children? And I said, yeah, you have a girlfriend, you're going to get married, you said, right? Yes, I am. You're going to have a baby, do you? Oh, yes, I'm going to have a baby. And then that is how you understand the kids. And so, these the clever students at the UCLA, the MIT, and the Harvard, they forget to observe. That's the problem. We are having these good schools, especially among the professors. I found the professors are useless. Okay, anyway, sorry, I can give back to you.
Okay, I think.
Okay, so I have a question. Yes, Professor.
I think time is up for your second term.
But I think it's perfectly good.
Go ahead.
I think it's okay. Go. You can take it to mine. It's okay. I just have a very small part.
You can go ahead. If you have a question,
can go.
Please.
Yeah.
I mean, I have two more questions. The first one for my colleagues is, we're talking about an AI future. We're talking about the schools that we need in the future. We're talking about the importance of love and of nature and of connection to nature. You can't protect and fight for an environment that you don't love. We need to have children fall in love with nature, to want to protect it and to be part of it and to realize their position in it. So my question is, how can we, as we've all seen, AI can be used to enhance one's thinking and creativity, or it can be used to outsource one's thinking. And there's nothing worse than reading from my students something that AI wrote. To me, it just feels like a devastating waste of time. Like I'm just reading what a computer pumped out. So I've gotten to the point with this where I embrace their mistakes. I want to see that this is the student talking. I want to hear a voice that is personal and gritty and has errors in it and mistakes and is real. So my question to both of you is, how can we ensure that our learners foster creativity and use AI to extend, expand, and enrich rather than outsource?
Can I talk first?
I would love you to. Yes, I was going to say, please.
Our answer is you can't do anything about it. And do you know, in the last century, people thought computer creates future. Okay, so if you look at the movie called Tron, people get sucked into a computer game. They fight in the game. It's a fluorescent lights, those things are very computer-aided image. But if you look at the movie called Matrix, the things going on in Matrix is much more rarer than the real world. So, AI or this technology exists like air. So you don't know anything about. But actually, that's what's happening. So I think you and me, maybe it's a dinosaurs, and they got different kind of brain functions. Okay, so and also I think just all these AI also can be used for any kind of education. So, and I think just because of the AI, you can go to Django and Borneo, and some kids don't like to go to Borneo because they want to stay in the city. But I think it's fine. People are diverse. Okay, but I think AI extend the possibilities. That's what's happening. So don't even try to control them, because we are not manipulators. You are not God. Just leave it, and so that is all you can do. I think AI will do something, opening possibilities. That's what I try to think. Is it okay?
I mean, I've just seen I've seen a distinct difference between a student who's using AI to extend their own thinking, and they do it in a multi-layered, very creative way, whereby it takes them to a place where they wouldn't have been able to go without it. So it's this idea of like enhancement of oneself versus just kind of, look, I need to get this essay done fast. I'm just going to put the most basic prompt into AI and it generates an essay. So I'm just asking, I'm talking about, it's not about AI versus no AI. It's about creative AI versus.
I think you're talking. I think you're talking about bad students, the good students. It doesn't matter. I take care of the good student. If they don't study, I think just they can leave. They can do something else. And don't worry about the bad student. They understand it someday. Maybe, after you retire from university, that is what it is. Actually, in the old time, we had to, make a certain standard for every people in the class. But I think that time is gone. If somebody doesn't want to study, maybe the person, the girl or boy, are not ready. And when they're ready, they start using AI. And I think that is what it is. I wouldn't worry about it.
Maybe I will do a little bit of a middle ground between the two sort of different perspectives and do something a little bit, because I do think that, when we think about when we think about idea generation, and we think about, this is why we also really emphasize agency, because I think with many technologies, like social media, for example, we do see how algorithms can have a control on you and can influence you and make you make choices that maybe you otherwise might not make. Like we often hear from and I think this is I can't say I personally support this, but I do think we see a lot of places that want to just ban technology now, whether it's cell phones, whether it's AI, whether it's these things. And I think it's because we don't have the structures in place to integrate and support these technologies. We have very traditional systems, right, that don't really support learner growth and child development. And on the other hand, we have emerging technologies that, that do support those elements in many ways. And so you have a lot of friction now between these two systems. So I was actually just going to share this one example, because I do think a lot of times people attend sessions like this, or, and many different types of conferences that people attend, or the ideas that we have right now about what we know we need to change. I think there's a very unanimous sentiment that we know what it is that we need to change, right? It's just, how do we do it and what do I do? So is my screen coming through?
Yes, very good.
Okay, wonderful. So this is a framework that we have. And a lot of times when people share prompting frameworks, it's very much geared for the AI. This framework is a little bit unique in that you could use it with AI or without AI. It doesn't really matter. It's really designed to spark, we say. It's really designed to create a human spark. So meaning that we want people to start talking to each other first before they start going to the AI so that they're really developing those ideas in collaboration with. And so this basically is like you can think like a coffee shop conversation, like kind of like exactly what we had right now, right? Here's my situation. I'm teaching this class. I have some students who are using it well and some students who are just turning in these AI generated like pieces, right? And my problem is, I'm going to literally just use your framing right now because it was so well kind of articulated. And your problem is like, I want to see the messiness of their work, right? I don't want to see perfection. I want to see the messiness of their work, right? And your aspiration is your dream outcome. So like your ideal scenarios, if I was to ask you like, in an ideal scenario, what would you want to see from your students as they share what they've learned with you?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. What would you say? Because I feel like I got the first two parts of your...
No, I have the most amazing example of exactly what I want to see. So I was teaching some teachers how to integrate, the topic was social and emotional learning. And I was also teaching them about cultural relevance. And I'm in Saudi Arabia. So I had some male teachers who were trying to merge between social and emotional learning and the values of their culture and to be able to bring it alive in the elementary classroom. It was a complicated pedagogical task. So what these boys did is they first of all thought about what kind of values from their culture that they wanted to bring to life. And then they chose a pedagogical delivery. They actually, which I'll tell you about after, and they used AI to bring these cultural values and help them write a story that was set in the Arabian desert. And then once they had their story, they edited, they revised with AI, and then how they shared it with their elementary children is that they had a storyscape of fabric and small wooden animals, and they told their story in real time. So for me, that's an example, that's my aspiration. It's a multi-level engagement with AI that extends upon the ideas and the skills that the teachers are bringing to AI. And it takes...
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say, it sounds like it's not even like a multi-level just with the AI. It's multi-level even just with the people they're interacting with, right? Like bringing in that elementary lens is so beautiful. So like you're like an even more advanced user where it's like, okay, let's attach examples of like ideal like work samples and things like that. But you can see over here, just but to recap for the audience. So if you're not familiar, first of all, when we're talking about AI tools, AI is a very broad field. I think right now specifically, we're talking about generative AI like ChatGPT. And when you go into these tools, it's open-ended. You can type something and ask something like that. So this here is a framing for how to ask what it is you are looking for. So she shared her situation, professor working with students, problem. Some of them are using AI in a good way. Some of them are using it not in a good way. Her aspiration is that she sees the messiness of the work. The result, she shared a beautiful example right now. And the last one is what we call Kismet. And the last is we're not asking AI for an answer. We're looking for inspiration. What are 3 to 4 ideas that you have for me that might inspire me to try something or solve this problem that I have in this way? And so I feel like your example was like so much more authentic because it was like real and in the moment. But this is kind of what an example of the prompt would look like that you would draft before you go to the AI tool. And the goal really is, of course, not every time you use AI, you're going to talk to somebody else. But the goal is that when we are really trying to redesign curriculum, redesign spaces, redesign, like hopefully people in the audience have inspiration from what they heard today. And they're like, yeah, how can I do that? The idea that you would like kind of write this out. And now when you come into ChatGPT, you just copy and paste it in. And you can see here now, instead of giving you an answer, it's going to give you ideas. And what I personally find so fascinating is when people see these ideas, it's like 10 seconds ago, ideas that weren't there for them. Now they have their own ideas. They don't even really want the ones here, or they might be inspired by one here, but they might be like, oh, okay, like the idea of a community action documentary. That sounds interesting. And then the next step is like, okay, well, how do I do that? I only have a week of instruction. We have this many class minutes. I have to do X, Y, Z. I've got this many students. And this is where, like, even in spaces, like we have these kinds of spaces, or we don't have any kinds of fun learning spaces where these kids can go and film this documentary they're working on. What could I do as an alternative? Who might I partner with as well? And so this is basically what we call having like an AI mindset to address the challenges of today. Because previously, I feel like the one most people will be familiar with is like growth mindset, right? We all know fixed mindset people, right? I doubt there is a fixed mindset person sitting at this conference right now. All of us are probably growth mindset, but fixed mindset people are like, nothing's going to change, everything's broken. And going back to, this is why I think I really resonated what you shared earlier about love and people believing in you. People with a fixed mindset, it's not that they don't like change. They often get categorized in a certain way. These are people that they don't have hope. They don't have agency. They don't believe that something is possible. And it quite possibly could be. Nobody's given that to them, right? People with a growth mindset tend to have strong communities. They're people who believe they can improve things, people who believe they can make a difference. But at the end of the day, even though they have high levels of hope, we say they have limited agency because we're just human at the end of the day. We can only have so many hours and do so many things. But people who have an AI mindset, these people have high hope and high agency because they believe something is possible. They also are okay that they don't know the answer, but they believe if I can bring together the right people and I can use my AI tools together in that collaboration, we can create something better, maybe something new, and maybe not even better or new, something that is more relevant for today and especially for the young people of today, because I think like Jessica shared really well that they're completely different, right? Than we're going to be. But there are, I think, still really important elements of both spaces that need to be honored, from critical thinking to relationship building. I do think, I think it's one of the things that has been lost in the last decade is we don't teach anymore how to interact with these new elements. They're just integrated into our society by companies, and everybody just has to figure it out. And so without, I think, that communication, that empathy, that discussion, that dialogue about what do these technologies mean for us, how do we adapt, and what are we going to do, it's very hard to expect that everybody will just figure that out themselves at like 6, 7, 8, 10, even 20, 30, 40, 50 years old. So hopefully this is a helpful tool that we really hope people can take back with them to try and implement some of the ideas that hopefully you've heard.
Dr. Seva, I just want to say something that it's a really beautiful approach, thinking about it like that. And I love this idea. So and I'm thinking about it as kind of a general maxim, which is, even if you don't type into the prompt, give me 3 or 4 ideas, that we actually actively teach students to consider any result of AI to be 3 or 4 ideas, right? And if we think, don't ever take it as a finished product, only take it as ideas, then that would be a way they would have to ask themselves, now what? What's my next step, right? So I'm going to use my own brain now to build upon what ChatGPT just spat out.
Yeah,
I think
and I go back to like, even like Suzuka, like your background, like I used to work at Apple, and one of the things that we used to talk about a lot at Apple was like space and collaboration and how spaces are. So like your image reminds me a lot of like where I used to work. But I think it is the combining of elements. I think so often we see things as mutually exclusive. It's this or it's that. It's this or it's that. We need this or that. We focus on one thing, but I think it's really like the coming together of the different pieces to be able to, I think, just accelerate the work. I mean, the work really needs to be accelerated in this moment. There are too many people that don't have the luxury of those learning spaces, that don't have the luxury of a caring adult with the relationships around them. And so I really believe that like AI tools can really help us get out of our own way and accelerate, I think, this very important work.
Maybe I should talk now. I think that since you understand what AI thing, maybe I should talk about cognitive function in neuroscience. I'm very much interested in. I used to write a program with machine language since 1980s. And I was very into analysis, and I turned to be architect. So I'm something between. And I found out the boundary between AI and EI are getting very, very blur. And that is a process is very similar to the one with the midbrain for people cortex in the upper surface, upper, and just you bring up some kind of the gestalt, so it's a linear knowledge, into the more analysis. I think I say I'm going into more specific, but my point is that as the AI is becoming a part of brain, so you can't disconnect that from people anymore. But then I can tell you what's going to happen. I think give up is the answer. Give up. You may think to give up is bad, but it's good. Give up means you accept the change. And if you professor don't accept, you will be called obsolete. But when you accept these change, young people will say, "Oh, you are wise." And what happens? You don't need the classroom anymore because you can study many things. Actually, it happened to my daughter. My daughter had a really learning problem. Then AI is going to kind of as a had computer learning started. And in a half year, she caught up and she went to the top in a half year. So what happened is that I found out she feel more comfortable getting knowledge from computer or internet than teacher. So for her, a classroom has never been needed. So I think that as an architect, what I've been doing is maybe school without wall. Instead, I'm teaching at UCLA. That I found out all students want to draw desk and chair. I'm having a very hard time to tell them, we don't want the table and the chair. Okay, where do you study? And then I found out they are studying on the field. If you go to Harvard and the Harvard Green, these people are studying about quantum physics on the green. That's what happened. So I think AI going to free us, but still children need us. That is some things we are talking about, love and compassion. In the Indian school, the monk who started saying, if you hug these often, 8 times a day, they start deactivate their compassion. And then, amazingly, 95% of them go to university. While in India, only 10% go to university. And that 9 out of 10 best students in religion are from that orphanage. So all these things are connected. Okay, I finished.
Do you think that there are certain parts of the world and cultures that's easier for than others, or will be easier for than others?
I think I would say India, because India has been diverse. Okay, there has been differences, but I think once AI comes in, their life has been changing. Even you go to the poorest village, they got the tablets like this. They have this. Now it's even the poorest child got access to knowledge, and they're connecting each other, and also they accept differences. But at the same time, they know how to change their life. I think that the change is coming from India, not from Europe, not from the United States.
Yeah.
I think I would say, these Ivy League schools are obsolete.
I think many people might agree.
Okay.
All right.
So,
anybody else would like to say more? Because closing time is coming.
I think just the session has been extremely successful. And my suggestion is you should make another session for us to make continuation. Thank you very much.
Okay. It was a nice discussion in the second round, mainly based on use of AI in education and the competitiveness I would say something also. Considering competitiveness, I think first we have our children to gain some skills and knowledge to compete himself or herself first, then to compete with others. Because if anyone cannot compete himself or herself, cannot compete with others. Concerning AI, of course, we cannot escape from using AI in our educational activities, but we should not be a prisoner of the AI, because to me, again, human being produces ideas, but the AI combines the ideas. We should differentiate for these two, okay? Then traditionally, I'm trying to close now, traditionally we can say that education has three basic tasks. These are to preserve, develop, and transmit values and experiences. So education formally carries out these tasks in schools, which is why schools are extremely important for scientific sustainability. The concept of school culture is can be expressed also, can be considered here as a school atmosphere from another perspective. The more constructive and scientific atmosphere is, the more impressive it will be. So this message is perhaps the main idea of today's panel. With these thoughts, I'd like to thank you for your participation and valuable contributions. And also I'd like to thank our participants once again. I hope to meet to such a productive educational activities like this one in the future, and I present my regards to all participants and our panelists. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. It was really nice to meet all of you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Professor Akyol, and our esteemed panelists. There has been one consistent message that has been expressed during every single panel, really, throughout the last 2 days, and that is it's imperative to keep that relationship between the educator and the student very strong. It needs to be robust, genuine, and engaging to achieve the change that we so deeply need moving forward. Thank you all so much for being with us at the Istanbul Education Forum. All right, so now we are going to hold an award ceremony to recognize the outstanding work of certain individuals in the education sector. But before we do that, I want to present to you the last Good Practices in Education project titled Tiranga Friday Greetings.
Senegal'de cuma günleri insanlar en güzel kıyafetleriyle sokağa çıkarlar. İş yerlerine bu şekilde giderler. Bu cuma gününe olan saygılarından ve kendi kültürlerini korumalarından kaynaklanır. Ben de bunu gördüğümde gerçekten çok mutlu oldum ve bunu bir projeye nasıl dönüştürebileceğimizi düşünmeye başladım. Çünkü gerçekten cuma günleri Senegal'de müthiş bir görsel şölen yaşanır. Bu projemi okul idaresiyle paylaştım ve okul idaresi tarafından olumlu karşılandım. Diğer eğitim paydaşlarımızla, öğretmenlerimizle, velilerimizle projeyi biraz daha genişlettik ve neler yapabileceğimizi düşündük. Her cuma okul kıyafetinin yerine Senegal'in yerel kıyafetlerini, bubularını giyiyor Senegalli öğrencilerimiz.
C'est une activité qui a pour le sens, va faire pour les élèves et pour les enseignants un retour dans les valeurs. Et c'est très important parce que nous, habituellement, vendredi n'est pas une simple journée. C'est une journée de partage, de communion, de rassemblement qui invite effectivement la solidarité, voilà, les valeurs de fraternité enseignées par nos ancêtres et par nos aïeux.
Vendredi, c'est un jour saint, une journée de partage, de fraternité, comme vous l'avez dit, qui permet, en général ici, tout le monde s'habille en tenue traditionnelle.
Les moments du projet qui m'ont le plus excité est le moment où j'ai porté ma robe. J'étais fière et heureuse de porter ma robe et de la montrer à tout le monde pour exhiber mes valeurs et mes cultures.
Je ressens de la fierté, je ressens de la joie, je ne ressens pas de la honte car je suis fière de moi de pouvoir montrer mes traditions et mes ethnies et ma culture. Pour moi, il est important de consommer locaux pour pouvoir encourager et valoriser nos commerçants locaux pour les permettre de mettre en avant leurs produits.
Günümüzde küreselleşen dünya ile birlikte yerel kültürler kaybolmaya yüz tutmuş durumda. Ancak Senegal halkı bana ilham olan bu projesiyle kendi kültürlerini nasıl güzel şekilde muhafaza ettiklerini gösterdiler. Ve biz bu projeyle Senegal Marif Okullarında Senegal yerel kültürünü korumaya, yaşatmaya çalışıyor, buna yardımcı oluyoruz.
D'abord, l'être est un producteur culturel. L'élève est un acteur culturel. Donc, il faut capitaliser ces valeurs et les élèves auront effectivement l'occasion de retourner vers leurs valeurs, de s'enfoncer dans leurs valeurs.
Burada aslında bilmediğim çok şey öğrendim. Her kıyafet rengine ve desenine göre farklı isimler alıyor. Ve kıyafetlerindeki her bir renk Senegal'in kültürel zenginliğini yansıtıyor.
waaw mën na leen jëmale kanam parce que loolu lu baax la sa doom boo koy jàngal loo koy njëkk a jàngal yiw nga koy njëkk a jàngal ba pare parce que yiw dafa bokk ci suñu culture ñun ñoom ñu ñëw gën ñu cee dooleel gën ñu cee jàngal.
Vraiment loolu moom ñu ngi koy rafetlu bu baax parce que ñoom liñ ko defee moom wax dëgg yàlla rafet na trop te loolu boo gisee ñu koy def moom ci seen maam yi lañ ko gisee ñoom la ñu topp buñ ko toppee ba pare Maarif ñëw fii ñoom tamit dañoo gën a yokk seen doole ci sol yére olof yi vraiment loolu moom kontaan nañ ci bu baax.
Ce serait sûrement la fierté. Pour améliorer ce projet, j'aimerais pouvoir mettre chaque mois au moins une couleur ou un thème pour pouvoir sensibiliser, comme le mois d'octobre, pour toutes les femmes atteintes du cancer du sein.
Bence bir cuma günü Senegal'e yolunuzu düşürmeli ve bu görsel şölene şahitlik etmelisiniz.
Our Good Practices project from Senegal there is that what we just watched, and the teacher in that video expressed it absolutely beautifully, saying on Fridays a magnificent visual feast takes place in Senegal and of course Teranga. In Marif schools, students, they grow up being aware of their own culture in harmony with their core values while receiving an international education. Dear guests, we will now take a 30-minute break, but after the break, we'll meet back here for our keynote speech from Professor Dr. Mutlu Çukurova. See you then.
Nakam, my name is Bilal Salah. I'm 15 years of age, and I'm currently a high school senior student at the International Marif School of the Gambia. I have something to tell you on this very special day. We, young people across Africa, are the future of our continent. Africa is much more than what you see in the mainstream media. I believe that we can change this narrative of Africa. We can challenge the cliches. If Africa keeps developing at the rate that it is, it shall become an amazing place for people to inhabit. With our growing population and natural resources, we have the potential to shape the global economy in the upcoming decades. That's why all eyes are on us, because Africa's future is bright. Africa's improved education standard over the years has helped its citizens become more educated. We still have a long way to go, Slowly but firmly, we are taking steps forward for this purpose. We are building an education system where our voice resonates. New initiatives and projects for innovation are also increasing to build a sustainable Africa. Africa's green nature as well still seems to be standing strong, as there is many wildlife conservatives keeping all types of rare and endangered species. Just like the variety of our nature, Africa's cultural diversity is unique in the world. This colorfulness gives us direction, so we will strive for protecting this diversity. And my goal is to assist in spreading these views so that people can become more aware of the situation. I will always love my continent, for its beauty is not something that can be found anywhere. A new momentum is ahead of us. We will make the rules. We will have the last word. The choices will belong to us, Africans alone. Because the future is African. Beh Benin.
saygı duydum. Bazı çocuklar yemek olmadığından dolayı uyuyorlar ya da bilgi sahibi olmayan aileler vardır kampta. Ve onlara yardım ya da tavsiye verecek bir kişi yokmuş. Benim adım Mahmut Abdullah Bakır. Sudanlıyım. Taş kampında duydum. 17 yaşındayım. Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'nda okuyorum. Gıda mühendisliği okumak istiyorum çünkü insanlara yardım etmek için bu mesleği seçtim. Sınav 8'de okuyorken en yüksek bir derece aldım. Vilayetin 4. oldum. Okumak istiyordum. Ben yeni dilleri öğrenmek çok istiyordum. Bunun için Türkiye Maarif Vakfı'na gittim. Biraz yabancı okulları seviyorum çünkü yeni insanlarla bir tanışabileceksiniz. İse yeni bilgiler alacaksınız. Gıda mühendisliği okuduğumda ise beslenme bölümü de okuyacağım. Ondan sonra Sudan'a dönüp hastanelere de çocuklara ya da annelere bilgiler vermek, beslenme hakkında. Bu şekilde Sudanlı insanlara bir yardım edeceğim.
Dear guests, welcome back to the Istanbul Education Summit. Over the last couple of hours, we've heard expert discussions on social justice, voices from our youth, and how to create a sustainable school culture. I'd now like to present to you the next part of our forum, the keynote speech. And the speaker of the day is Professor of Learning and Artificial Intelligence at UCL Institute of Education and University College of London, Mutlu Çukurova. Thank you so much, Professor, for being with us on the program. Over to you.
And dear colleagues, many thanks for this kind introduction and the honorable invitation. It is an absolute pleasure and a privilege for me to share my ideas here at the 4th Istanbul Education Summit organized by the Turkish Marif Foundation. As it might be apparent from my title, my particular area of expertise is in artificial intelligence and human learning. So not surprisingly, I will be speaking about AI and education today. However, aligned with the theme of the conference, I will particularly focus on AI's potential to help us address education's grand challenges such as fairness, equity, and sustainability, raising the core question of can AI address grand challenges of education? As most of us by now must be familiar with them, there have been significant developments in AI in recent years due to recent advancements in generative pre-trained transformers, so-called GPTs. These are models that are pre-trained on a very large-scale dataset of web-crawled information using attention mechanisms and multi-layer perceptrons that are then further fine-tuned with approaches like reinforcement learning with human feedback in order to be able to provide particular use cases. These are very powerful models that are impressive in their performance in content generation, and they can interact with humans through natural language processing using multiple modalities of data, such as audio and images. Due to these rapid technological advancements, societies across the globe have been grappling with complex questions about the future of education. On the one hand, AI solutions are considered as strategic investments to support student learning and teacher practices. At the same time, AI's use in education threatens human agency, risks privacy and security protection of teachers and learners, and it has already been deepening some of the long-standing systemic inequalities and exclusion in our education systems. This appears to be a pivotal moment for all of us as scientists, practitioners, and policymakers to envision a future of education that is aligned with our societal values and ensure that AI is used responsibly to achieve this vision. But where do we start from? What is the core of these significant changes AI brings? And how do we make sense of them in a way that we do not have to constantly try and catch up with the change, but we guide the direction of the change proactively? As we navigate the rapidly evolving landscape of technology, we are witnessing artificial intelligence to accomplish tasks once thought to be uniquely human. This progress prompts both excitement and introspection, since every time we advance in AI so that it does something we used to think is unique to humans, we cut something away from us. Don't get me wrong, this statement is not just an observation, but it is a significant challenge, a call to reassess what it means to be a human in a world where machines are increasingly emulating our capabilities. What is the core of humanness and humanity that we cannot afford to cut away anymore? As Neil Lawrence puts it, what is the atomic human? In education, this reflection becomes even more critical because the answers to this question are also likely to be the answers to the question of what we should be educating people about. As we integrate AI to try and tackle grand challenges in education, we must safeguard the essence of our humanity. Beyond the automation of certain teacher tasks and the amplification of certain learning processes for students in education, there lies something deeper to consider in discussions of AI in education. Our capacities for empathy, ethical and moral reasoning, human connection, values, and virtues. These are the elements that define the core of us as humans and the ones we must aim to nurture in our education systems. Throughout the last 2 days, I was very pleased to hear, as evidenced by the good practice case studies presented as part of this summit, virtuous education is at the heart of Maarif's Foundation's schools. So, where do these differences in AI and humans stem from? Well, AI does not think like a human, nor does it process emotions, moral reasoning, or context in the same way. A simple yet powerful metaphor to help us frame this concept is that just as cars are not faster horses, AI tools are not smarter humans. Cars represented an entirely new paradigm and did not replace horses outright. Instead, they fundamentally reshaped how we think about distance, travel, and connection, with profound social and ethical implications on the Earth's sustainability, for instance. Similarly, AI tools don't mimic human intelligence as much as they redefine what intelligence can look like in a specific context. AI is a designed intelligence, built to process data, identify patterns, and generate solutions based on tunable parameters. All of these without any intrinsic understanding of the problems it addresses and the implications of the proposed solutions on the societal and ethical values. Human intelligence, on the other hand, is an emergent intelligence, which is shaped by millions of years of evolution and punctuated by groundbreaking advancements that make humans uniquely capable beings. The first breakthrough of biological organisms was steering, which enabled organisms to navigate their environments by categorizing stimuli as good or bad, moving towards stimuli and away from harm. Then this was followed by reinforcing, where behaviors leading to positive outcomes were repeated and those resulting in negative outcomes were avoided. This is the foundation for learning through trial and error, for instance. The third major leap was simulating, which enabled by the neocortex, allowing for internal mental models of reality. This empowered mammals to imagine, plan, and replay past events, learning counterfactual by considering alternative explanations of particular choices. Next came mentalizing, or the ability to model one's own or others' minds, allowing primates to anticipate future needs, understand intentions, and learn through observations. Finally, the development of speaking transformed humanity, enabling individuals to name, structure, and share thoughts. This allowed knowledge and wisdom to accumulate across generations and cultures, propelling human progress far beyond what any capable individual could achieve. These advancements have made humans uniquely capable beings, as well as shaping our limitations and vulnerabilities that are the products of generations of value, virtue, and wisdom of our ancestors. Now, many people in the audience might be thinking that I'm a teacher, an educator, or a policymaker. Why is he telling us these? Why do we even need to know the details of how AI works, how human brain works, and how it differs from human intelligence? But it matters, and it matters hugely, because when we think about AI and human intelligence in these deeper terms, it becomes quite clear that human intelligence is a different kind of intelligence than artificial intelligence. And this is not a competition per se. Humans are very good at many things that today's AI is still poor at. And AI is good at some others. We can also not say that humans are more intelligent than humans per se, or vice versa. We are just differently abled. So the first major point I would like to make as part of this talk is that this unique capacity of humans, shaped by generations of accumulated wisdom, values, and virtues, should be central to education systems, recognizing both our strengths and vulnerabilities as the foundation of our progress. The recognition of differences between human intelligence and AI can also help us better conceptualize AI in educational practice. In this sense, for instance, AI can be conceptualized to externalize, be internalized, or extend human cognition in education. As the first conceptualization goes in the externalization of cognition, certain human tasks are well-defined, modeled, and replaced by AI as a tool. In the second conceptualization, AI models can be used to help humans change their representation of thought through the internalization of these models. And at last, AI models can be used to extend human cognition as part of a tightly coupled human-AI systems, in which the emergent intelligence is expected to be synergistic, which means that the expected intelligence should be more than the sum of each agent's intelligence. If we try to map these conceptualizations on the coordinates of Schneiderman's and consider more traditional educational technologies, perhaps most of the traditional educational technology could be considered as low allowance for human agency and low automation technologies. With the initial proliferation of AI in education, on the other hand, many researchers had this very ambitious goal of creating systems that are as perceptive as human educators through the automation of certain tutoring behaviors. This has led significant developments in intelligent tutoring systems, and I can see many similar hypes are today surrounding foundational models with their ability to automate various human tasks for us. For instance, if we look at how teachers are actually using AI in their practice, in general, these models are considered as better search engines for information retrieval for teachers. They are an opportunity to ask their questions directly to the model rather than searching for information through a web search. In addition, they provide opportunities for teachers to use them for generating lesson plans, creating examples and applications, generating questions for various purposes in their educational practice. However, it is very interesting to note that although most teachers agree about the potential of AI models for generating some content initially, very few of them actually think that it can help them improve student outcomes when it comes to more complicated teaching tasks, such as generating feedback. So it is a very interesting question to ponder upon. What teaching tasks can the potential of AI be used to be automated so that they can be replaced with AI? There are indeed in the history certain tasks in various professions that have been automated with the help of industrialization, machines, or AI. These tasks often were the ones that involved repetitive, scripted, and highly structured interactions, leaving little room for creativity, personalization, or meaningful human connection. Automating such tasks with AI not only ensured consistency and efficiency, but also were potentially more humane solutions for the individuals performing them. Take, for instance, call operators who are currently delivered by humans. These humans' role often involves following a very strictly written script, delivering predefined replies, and adhering to very strict protocols of what can be said and what cannot be said. In essence, this work mimics the precision of a machine, yet it can be monotonous, emotionally taxing, and devoid of personal fulfillment. Automating such interactions with AI can indeed free human operators from repetitive tasks, enabling them to focus on roles that require qualities that are uniquely human and professionally a lot more rewarding. But indeed, very few aspects of professional teachers' job can be categorized in this space. For instance, we have been investigating this potential looking at the use of AI-generated synthetic media to be able to see to what extent AI-generated synthetic media can be used to replace teachers' task of recording their lectures or teaching sessions and putting them online. This is indeed a very time-intensive task for a teacher, which does not necessarily leverage the core strengths of a human teacher. In our experimental research, we have explored the potential and showed no statistically significant difference in terms of the students' learning gains and learner experience when students are learning from a recorded human lecture versus learning from the same lecture content delivered by an AI-generated synthetic media. This suggests that for tasks like direct instruction for content delivery, where the primary focus is on transmitting information, AI-generated synthetic media can indeed perform just as well. Perhaps the automation of such small tasks of online video creation with AI can be fully automated and would not necessarily diminish the teaching profession. Rather, it might liberate educators from routine mechanized duties, allowing them to concentrate on the aspects of teaching that are truly defining their role, such as mentoring, inspiring, human flourishing of their students. Yet, even if we can automate some small aspects of a teaching tasks, for improved teacher productivity in order to be able to save time, how do we do this automation is also an extremely important point to consider. Although currently most accessible tools used for such automation are large-scale commercial AI tools, the use of such tools have significant issues, especially when considered within the context of creating a fair and equitable society for a sustainable future. First of all, cost and licensing fees of these tools make the accessibility of these tools in underfunded schools and marginalized communities extremely difficult, exacerbating the existing inequalities. Furthermore, privacy and data security concerns arise as many of these tools require sensitive student and teacher data to be shared with the commercial organizations. Institutions, researchers, and practitioners frequently lack control and customization of these commercial AI tools because these tools are essentially designed to serve broad market needs rather than the unique needs of a specific educational context. Additionally, these tools rely heavily on connectivity, creating significant barriers for students and schools in regions with limited or unreliable internet access. The lack of transparency and explainability in the decision-making processes of these AI systems also raises concerns about the accountability and fairness. Furthermore, the environmental impact of these large-scale AI tools, given the substantial energy demands of training and running these large language models, stands in opposition to the principle of sustainability. In order to be able to mitigate some of these issues to a certain extent at least, for instance, in academic research, we have been focusing on building relatively small-scale language models for teachers' question generation that performance-wise can be comparable to large commercial models, but can be run in resource-low contexts and countries. Now, this is a rather technical research, but it is motivated by a grand challenge of education. And this line of technical work is essential to ensure that AI supports rather than hinders equity, fairness, and sustainability in education. So small number of teaching tasks might indeed benefit from AI automation for productivity gains, but aiming to achieve these with open source academic technical solutions might be much more aligned with our own societal values rather than relying upon commercial solutions only. On the other hand, if we look at the automation conceptualization from the student's point of view, it is important to remember that productivity gains are not necessarily the primary goal for students for engaging in a learning activity. When students are engaged in a task, learning from the experience of engaging in the activity is the main goal, rather than the completion of the task per se. Here, for instance, you can see the results of a recent study looking at the potential of GPT-4 to be able to answer exam questions in all departments of a top EU university. And their results show that most exam questions of this particular university can be well answered with GPT-4. So any student who has access to this tool can fill in the answers to exam questions, get a good degree from the university with almost no effort. So in this scenario, although students would gain productivity of task completion with AI, they would not necessarily learn anything from their experience in the university. Therefore, for student-facing AI, we need to fine-tune these models so that they behave differently than off-the-shelf commercial models that are designed and developed to satisfy customers. For instance, here you can see the response of a ChatGPT model to the student statement of "I want to write an essay on multimodal learning analytics." And here is the response of an AI tool that is built with fine-tuned AI models to behave more like an essay support tutor. As you can see in the ChatGPT example, it almost entirely writes the essay for the student, providing all the responses. Whereas in the second case, it guides students to come up with their own ideas and guide them through the essay writing process. Educational value of the ChatGPT as it is likely to be very limited for the students to improve their learning processes. Even though, with the help of ChatGPT, a student can generate a strong essay and submit it as part of their assessment. I find it fascinating that although most skills and competencies that we are interested in education are indeed process-driven, oftentimes these are only evaluated looking at the outcomes of these skills rather than the process in which these outcomes are produced. As AI tools like ChatGPT become more ubiquitous, we need to move towards innovations in our assessment structures that encourage process evaluations rather than looking at the outcome evaluations only. Essay writing is a great example, because essay writing is most often assigned to students not because the resulting essay has much value to us, but because the process of writing an essay teaches crucial skills to our students. Regulation of one's own behaviors to engage in a topic, researching a topic, judging claims accuracy, synthesizing knowledge and expressing them in a clear, coherent and persuasive manner. These are the skills that should be at the heart of the assessment of essays, not only looking at the final product of what is produced, particularly considering the ease of creating such products with AI. And this is the kind of example of innovation that we need in our education systems in order to avoid negative repercussions of AI in education. If we use bespoke essay support systems like the one that I have just exemplified early on, we can actually start investigating students' essay writing process because it gives us significant opportunities to analyze students' interactions with AI at ease, so that we can use this interaction data to be able to provide formative feedback to our students. In my own teaching at UCL, I also have essay submissions as assignments. But for the last few years, in addition to traditional content feedback that I would provide only on the final submissions, we provide feedback on students' essay writing process. And although such interventions might have limited value to those students who are already highly motivated, who are already self-regulated to monitor and control their learning behaviors, they appear to have significantly boosting the engagement and performance of those students who are struggling to stay motivated and who were initially predicted to fail. Therefore, such interventions to support the process of learning can indeed lead to more equitable interventions for students and help us potentially bridge the gap between high achievers and low achievers in classrooms to potentially lead towards more equity at a micro level in education. Of course, there is currently significant interest and investment coming from the leading AI companies on developing student-facing AI tutors. In a recent interview, for instance, ChatGPT creator OpenAI's CEO Sam Altman said that they are supporting 2 people working on a summer project to finally make the AI tutor to deliver Montessori-level reinvention for how people learn things. Now, I very much appreciate the ambition, but to me, 2 people working on a summer project as part of a commercial company to make an AI tutor for Montessori-level reinvention of how people learn things is naive at best and dangerous for the future of education at worst. From the AI in education literature, we already have many good examples of student-facing AI tools that adapts to the student's individual needs of mastery and tailor the content, pacing, and feedback according to these mastery levels. And such tutoring systems have been studied in depth for decades, providing significant evidence that they can be used for various domains and knowledge acquisition tasks if implemented appropriately. There is indeed good evidence, both at the individual studies levels, but also at the meta-reviews levels, that these systems can achieve significant results in the delivery of content acquisition, particularly for the subjects of maths, language learning, and algebra, 3 most frequently studied subjects in AI in education. Now, considering these systems are not necessarily new, and the evidence about their effectiveness is not necessarily new, one really important question to ponder for all of us is why they have not been prevalent in mainstream education across most parts of the world. Well, first of all, there are numerous factors influencing the adoption and use of AI in education that are much broader than the effectiveness of the specific AI technology in controlled experimental evaluations. These include, but are not limited to, policy landscape, institutional governance, as discussed in previous panel, school culture, technological infrastructure, and social support mechanisms provided to teachers. In our own recent work, for instance, looking at the factors influencing teachers' AI adoption in schools with over 800 school teachers, we observed that although AI tools-related factors were indeed important, they were not necessarily the most important factors influencing the AI's engagement with teachers. Not generating any additional workload to teachers, teachers' knowledge of and confidence in using AI, increasing teacher ownership, generating support mechanisms for help when needed, and ensuring that ethical issues of AI are minimized were also essential for the potential adoption of AI in schools. So we should never forget that the tools that we are working on are not only closed engineering systems, but are part of a large socio-technical ecosystem. For AI to potentially address any grand challenges of education, there are multiple ecosystem-level factors that should be addressed in advance to be able to enable AI to make expected change. Second, evidence of impact that is observed in research studies tend to disappear once the facilitation and orchestration of the technology is left to the hands of real-world teachers rather than being facilitated by expert researchers. These results highlight the importance of improving teachers' competencies and confidence in using AI for any kind of AI intervention to make real-world impact. Key distinctions between AI and traditional ICT tools necessitate the definition of a specific set of competencies for teachers. This demands a stronger emphasis on competencies that are related to human agency, ethical considerations, critical thinking, and human-centered pedagogical design in human-AI interactions. This is not only about providing basic foundational knowledge and application skills of a particular tool to teacher. This is, for instance, the final version of the AI competency framework for teachers from UNESCO that I had the opportunity of working on. And this is an entirely free resource for all teachers across the globe to be utilized. And as can be seen, the AI techniques and applications is only one of a much bigger, holistic 5 aspects of AI competency training that is required for AI to make impact in real world. For AI to potentially address any grand challenges of education, we should support teachers' AI competency development a lot more holistically than it is currently considered and conceptualized. Third, education with AI in a pedagogy for one approach, which is sometimes argued to dehumanize education and learning, might actually be detrimental for the future of education. When AI in education is indeed considered in this narrow sense as lonely individual students working on their own with an AI system, this might lead learners to prioritize information gathering and declarative knowledge acquisition over tacit knowledge and wisdom, which comes through rich experiences in the real world with others. Particularly if these systems are considered as a replacement for human interactions with each other, then the knowledge that comes through the experience and practical acquisition of an embodied skill can be replaced with tokens of representations that are far off the actual construct that we are interested in. Learning is not only about absorbing education information, and education is not only about learning. On the other hand, these technologies can also be used as opportunities for increasing students' interactions with adults and more abled peers as part of different instructional strategies. In some affluent parts of the world, already some students, rather than spending 8 hours of their classroom time listening to a teacher, are spending 2 hours of their teaching time working with an AI tutor to be able to improve their content acquisition, and then spend the rest of their school day developing those valuable lifelong learning skills through interactions with peers and adult mentors in the real world, working on real world problems. So the success of the AI in education is not only dependent upon the AI tools, but based on the particular learning design and the instructional design in which they are embedded. For AI to potentially address any grand challenges of education, the instructional strategies in which AI is embedded should be designed keeping the grand challenges of equity, fairness, and sustainability in mind. But such approaches would require significant innovation in our education systems, including our assessment structures. As in the case I mentioned, if students spend 6 hours of their school time developing lifelong learning skills, then we should be able to focus in our assessment on these lifelong learning skills. AI applications can indeed be detrimental if they are used to automate poor practices of existing education systems. Unfortunately, when we speak with students and teachers in the UK, we observe that most of them expect AI to automate the current assessment requirements for them. So in a very dystopian future, we might end up in a situation where students use AI to write their essay submissions, teachers use AI to assess these submissions, and although AI is heavily used in schools, nobody actually learns and nobody actually gets the satisfaction of flourishing a person. While affluent parts of the world might have the resources to adopt instructional strategies that increase meaningful human interaction even after AI is integrated in schools, the same cannot be said for many under-resourced schools in countries where the resources are limited. For these schools, the financial and logistic constraints might push them to adopt AI primarily to save time and reduce costs, oftentimes resulting in the automation of poor teaching practices. Such decisions risk exacerbating existing inequalities in education systems, as affluent schools use AI to enhance pedagogical practices and fosters skills that are associated with critical thinking, collaboration, lifelong learning in general, while less privileged schools are forced into using AI in ways that prioritize efficiency over quality. This disparity underscores the importance of equity-focused policies and global initiatives to ensure that AI in education benefits all learners, regardless of their socioeconomic context. In this thread, there are many lessons that we can learn looking at the literature of MOOCs, because similar results were also observed in the delivery and application of massive open online courses. Although MOOCs were initially created to democratize education, if we look at their empirical impact, more developed countries benefit from them the most. Here, in the graph, you can see the high completion rate in more developed countries, which further increases the gap and inequality in education systems. Furthermore, a significant amount of work is still needed to address the socio-psychological barriers to the use of AI in education. Students need to be motivated enough to engage with AI tools in the first place. Yet if we look at the impact, only about 5% of the school populations can generate students who can manage their engagement with similar educational interventions long enough to get statistically significant benefits. In addition, teachers tend to have confirmation biases. They tend to have unrealistic expectations from AI in education. A few years ago, for instance, in my own lab, we have been looking at the research that when people are presented with content that is framed as coming from AI, they were judging it as less credible and less trustworthy, therefore engaging with it less compared to the same content framed as coming from different resources. Now, similar results are emerging. When AI-generated content or feedback is presented to students, they tend to judge its quality lower and trust it less if they know that this is coming from AI. there is indeed emerging work focusing on how do we actually motivate students to engage with these AI tools and gain the trust of teachers and learners in AI in education, but considerably more research is still needed in this space to optimize end users' trust in AI in education. This is a necessary yet not sufficient condition for AI to potentially address any of the grand challenges that we have in education. Therefore, based on the lessons learned from decades-long research in AI in education, I assert that AI tools alone are very unlikely to address any of the grand challenges of education. And I say very unlikely, putting my doubtful researcher hat on. But I can be more confident to say that despite some expectations, it is not going to happen as a result of two people working on a summer project within a commercial company. The change in education systems is likely to happen gradually. And we, I mean you and I, all of us, as key stakeholders, perhaps can steer the direction of change towards a particular direction that is intentional, evidence-informed, and human-centered, so that there is a potential for any of these interventions to address our grand challenges. As you might have noticed, in this talk, I have been mainly talking about this conceptualization of AI as a tool for the automation of certain tasks, since this is the focus of overwhelming majority of our research and practice. However, AI in education can also be conceptualized as computational models of complex learning phenomena for humans to internalize and change their representation of thought. These lead to relatively low automation systems that allow high human agency and control. This conceptualization can be particularly valuable for the support of open-ended constructivist learning activities in which most of the learning goals are associated with students' social and emotional learning. In my opinion, AI that directly intervenes with such learning experiences is extremely problematic on multiple fronts. First of all, there is the critical issue that relates to the potential threat to human agency. AI tools may inadvertently shift control and decision-making away from teachers and learners, undermining their autonomy in the learning process. Additionally, the accuracy of predictions in social contexts remain still questionable, as AI often struggles to interpret the complex, dynamic, and relational nature of human interactions in learning environments. Another major challenge is the normativity issue, where AI lacks the capacity to decide what is inherently good or bad in a multifaceted social learning situation, which often involves context-specific values and virtues that defy universal standards. These challenges are further compounded by well-documented concerns surrounding algorithmic bias, where AI systems can perpetuate or exacerbate inequalities based on biased training data, the lack of transparency in AI decision-making processes, which also creates significant barriers to understanding and trust, and the accountability of AI tools, which is a significant issue as it is often unclear who is responsible from the outcomes of an AI-driven intervention. Is it developers, educators, or governments or institutions? Before such important questions are answered, if they are ever to be answered to a sufficient degree, maybe AI should not be used directly to intervene in social and emotional learning activities. On the other hand, if we take the second conceptualization of AI as computational models for humans to internalize, maybe AI can be considered as an opportunity to describe the lived learning experiences in a more precise manner. This is so much more appropriate than aiming for the potentially impossible task of prescribing acts for the future based on predictions in a complex social learning processes. Seymour Papert famously noted, "You cannot think about thinking without thinking about something." And in this sense, AI models can actually be objects to think about human learning. And in our work, whenever we try to utilize AI in a social constructivist learning environment, we tend to take a very modest goal of using these computational models to describe students' learning behaviors and processes in a more detailed manner, to be able to present these models back to humans and students and teachers in order to be able to make their lived experiences more visible to them, so that this can create an awareness. This leaves us with the last corner of high automation and high human agency, the corner of human cognition being extended with AI in tightly coupled human-AI hybrid intelligence systems. I have not really talked about this corner. I didn't have much time to talk about it anyway, but also because most of the current empirical evidence indicate that we are yet to see substantial work in this front in AI in education. At best, the current complementarity paradigm in which we are operating is to make a better match of what humans can do and what AI can do with the problems to be tackled to achieve productivity gains rather than making humans more intelligent. More commonly, for any given job, we tend to give up our agency to AI to complete a task for us, which in turn is expected to improve the performance of the specific task completed. We must be judicious in selecting the tasks we delegate to AI, as there are very few aspects of education that is prone to such automation. And over-reliance and dependency on AI could actually lead to the atrophy of critical competencies and values in the long term. On the other hand, for AI models that are internalized by humans, the goal of the model would be to fade away in scaffolds as humans' competence at the task that is modeled develops through their interaction with the model. At last, extending human cognition for intelligence augmentation in tightly coupled human-AI hybrid intelligence systems would actually require AI to be a synergistic superstructure on top of the human intelligence in a way as the interaction with AI tool increases, human competence at the task being modeled would also increase. Currently, our best and state-of-the-field AI models lack a theory of mind in order to be able to interact with humans that would take human values into account. Without the development of such AI models, interacting with AIs are very likely to have significant long-term implications on human capabilities and human values. Our interactions with AI systems are influencing us, and we are currently lacking long-term impact studies of these interventions on our core competencies and our core values. Rushing into any kind of scaled implementations that would replace human interactions without the long-term impact studies is potentially the greatest mistake that education systems can make. Let us do not forget that research in AI began as an attempt to understand our own intelligence. its atrophy, its augmentation, and amplification. Which goal are you striving for as a teacher, as a researcher, as a policymaker? And what virtues are you trying to flourish in your students, in your research participants, in your government? What is it with regards to the potential atrophy that we can accept? When is it acceptable to entrust core cognitive competencies to an AI tool? And when might this pose too great a risk? What are the long-term implications of the tools that we are developing and using on our own cognitive competence and our own virtues? As researchers, practitioners, and policymakers, we must exercise wisdom in answering such questions and also consider alternative conceptualizations of AI rather than fully automating to cut something away from us. Applications of AI in education and the visionary direction in which the future is envisaged should be informed by strategic evidence that comes from research, as well as the multi-stakeholder dialogues that are led by us as key stakeholders of education. I started this talk with a question, and let me conclude it with the same one. What is the core of humanness and humanity that we cannot cut away from us anymore, so that we can position this core at the heart of all our education systems in order to be able to flourish this core? This is, my esteemed colleagues and participants, indeed the question after all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Çukurova. I'd like to extend my gratitude, and it was a pleasure listening to you at the Istanbul Education Summit. It is, of course, of crucial importance that educators learn how to utilize AI in the right manner to support their execution of work in a way that will ultimately create a better learning experience for both the students and a teaching experience for the educators as well. Once again, thank you for being with us. Dear guests, this year, the International Marif Schools held the 5th International Marif Photography Competition under the theme, My Country. A total of 32 countries participated in the competition with 612 photographs. Let's take a closer look at the masterpieces that took part in the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we're inching towards the end of our 4th Istanbul Education Summit, but we're at probably the most exciting part of the summit in itself. For the past 2 days, we've had the privilege of watching inspiring videos showcasing good practices in education. These works, they reflect the innovative and exemplary efforts of educators and students from Turkish Marif Foundation schools worldwide. Now it is time to recognize and celebrate these invaluable contributions with our award ceremony. The Good Practices in Education initiative continues to connect Marif students and educators globally, highlighting and supporting the creative and impactful projects that make a difference in the field of education. This year, we've expanded the scope of these awards. In addition to recognizing schools with outstanding projects, we will also present country awards to countries demonstrating exceptional contributions with multiple noteworthy projects. Furthermore, we will honor projects that transcend the concept of good practices with a special award for their unique and groundbreaking efforts. So without further ado, let us begin with the school awards. These awards are presented without any ranking, celebrating the remarkable achievements of our schools and their teams. The first award goes to Little Travelers Kosovo and Ethiopia. We celebrate the efforts of Mr. Mehmet Nedim Aslan, the Turkish Marif Foundation Kosovo country representative, and Mr. Kürşat Mahmat, Turkish Marif Foundation Ethiopia country representative. Our school administrators, Mr. Ibrahim Buçak and Mr. Yavuz Bulut. Project coordinator teachers, Ms. Ravza Buçak, Ms. Yilfashoa Amde Birhan, and Ms. Minsha Gülter Hüdaverdi. We congratulate all of the teachers, students, and parents who put their efforts into this project. Now, the second award goes to Teranga Friday Greetings in Senegal. Our congratulations go to Mr. Ismail Enes Yörük, Turkish Marif Foundation Senegal country representative, school administrators, Mr. Sabri Arslan and Mr. Enes Çelik, project coordinator teachers, Mr. Furkan Şişman, Mr. Mamadou Diop, Ms. Hatice Tutucu Şişman, and Ms. Nurhayat Çelik. Congratulations to the team there. The next award goes to Rhythm of Turkish in Austria. We applaud the efforts of Mr. Ersoy Bülbül, Turkish Marif Foundation Austria country representative, and Mr. Musab Kaya, Marif Educational Institutions Austria manager, project coordinator teachers, Mr. Soner Tezcan and Mr. Alper Yakın. Congratulations to the entire team behind this creative and impactful project. And last but not least, Marif, Environmental Volunteers in Kosovo. This award recognizes the hard work of Mr. Mehmet Nedim Aslan, Turkish Marif Foundation Kosovo country representative, Mr. Ibrahim Buçak, school administrator of the International Marif Schools of Kosovo Prizren campus, project coordinator teachers, Ms. Albana Saluka and Mr. Erdem Preteni. We commend everyone that was involved in that project as well. Now let's go to the Good Practices Special Award for projects that go beyond good practices and distinguish themselves in quite a unique way. We proudly congratulate Mr. Bekir Ocak, Turkish Marif Foundation Mali country representative, and his team for their transformative efforts with the Jagaloon Island School and Marif on the Move through Mobile Education Center projects. These initiatives elevate the concept of good practices to a whole new level. Congratulations to the entire team there. And finally, the Good Practices Country Award goes to the International Kosovo Marif Schools and the Mali Marif Schools for their outstanding contributions with multiple exemplary projects during the 2023 and 2024 academic year. Congratulations on this remarkable achievement, and we wish you all continued success moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in celebrating the incredible efforts of our teams across the globe. Let us continue to inspire and support one another as we work towards a brighter, more innovative future in education. Thank you very much. And that's a wrap on the 4th Istanbul Education Summit. For the closing remarks, it is my pleasure to present to you the member of the Board of Trustees of Turkish Marif Foundation and chair of the Istanbul Education Summit Organizing Committee, Associate Professor Dr. Zeynep Arkan. Professor.
Distinguished guests and contributors, as we arrive at the final stage of the Istanbul Education Summit 2024, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you, our speakers, participants, and contributors, for making this event a resounding success. Your engagement, insights, and shared passion for education have been the driving force behind the meaningful discussions and ideas that have flourished over the past 2 days. This year's theme, Education for a Fair and Equitable Society for a Sustainable Future, has provided a powerful framework for addressing some of the most critical issues in education today. Together, we have explored innovative ideas, tackled pressing challenges, and forged a collective vision for a future where education becomes a cornerstone of fairness, equity, and sustainability. We have delved into how education can bridge societal divides, provide equal opportunities for all, and lay the groundwork for sustainable development. By addressing these interconnected values, we reaffirmed the transformative power of education, not only as a tool for individual empowerment, but as a catalyst for creating inclusive, resilient, and thriving communities. This shared commitment to fairness, equity, and sustainability will continue to guide us as we work toward a more just and balanced world. Education, with its transformative power, holds the potential to bridge divides, heal wounds, and nurture a culture of dialogue and coexistence. Let us hope and work for a future where education empowers us to overcome conflict and build a world united in peace. May the lessons shared and learned here inspire us all to contribute to this vision, fostering harmony and hope through the power of knowledge and collaboration. I want to particularly thank to our President, Professor Birol Akgün, and the esteemed Istanbul Education Summit team from Turkish Marif Foundation for their tireless efforts and dedication in organizing this event. Their commitment to creating a platform for meaningful dialogue and global collaboration has been the driving force behind this summit's success. Although we gathered entirely online this year, the seamless coordination and thoughtful planning by the team have ensured that the summit continues to serve as a beacon for transformative ideas and shared learning. Thank you for making this event possible and for inspiring us all to strive for a brighter and more equitable future through education. As we look to the future, I'm filled with optimism and excitement. The connections we have made here, the ideas we have exchanged, and the energy we have created will ripple outward, influencing educational initiatives and policies worldwide. And as we prepare for next year's summit, I'm confident that our discussions will reach even greater heights. Thank you once again for being part of this extraordinary event. Together, we are shaping a brighter, more equitable future, one idea, one action, and one shared commitment at a time. Let us continue this journey with renewed purpose, and I look forward to welcoming you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arkan, for those closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we've discussed topics such as rethinking relations between state and education, guiding schools towards equity, the role of principals in shaping fair and inclusive environments in education, social justice and education, the role that youth play in equity and sustainability, and a new and sustainable school culture, all on this international platform being the Istanbul Education Summit. We thank our moderators, our panelists, participants, and I want to give a special thank you to the team behind this great platform at the Marif Foundation. And I hope the conversations that were held at this forum will have a lasting impact and lead to positive change in the education world. We look forward to seeing you at the 5th Istanbul Education Summit next year. Have a great evening. Bye for now.
The world needs a new story. One that takes root in the humility of the soil and soars in the freedom of the skies. Drawing inspiration from the collective knowledge of humanity, the richness of diverse ideas, from science, compassion, justice, and from the epic history of Anatolia. So, who should narrate this new story to the world? Here we are, as Turkish Marif Foundation, recognizing humans as unique beings, inherently good and valuable. We embark on a journey to tell an inspiring new story to the world by raising individuals through quality education. Critical and analytical thinkers, imbued with scientific approach, cultural and humane values, human rights conscious with a sense of history and nature, committed to living a sustainable world for the future. These are the generations we aim to raise. In our pursuit of cultivating virtuous people on 6 continents, we work tirelessly. We know that those nurtured through an education of quality are the ones who will change the world for the better. We have adopted universality, continuity in goodness, and inclusiveness in education as our vision. Our efforts are guided by values such as trust, collaboration, transparency, competence, merit. We aspire to become a branded educational institution that educates virtuous individuals who make use of their knowledge and wisdom for the common goodness of humanity, leading the way in their fields and gaining trust worldwide. With devotion to humanity, we open up Turkish culture and Turkey to the world, establishing strong relations and teach our language to children all around the world. Inspired by Turkish Marif Foundation, tens of thousands of students preparing for the future in all the countries we operate are the hope of humanity and the guiding stars in the sky. They are a breath of fresh air, carrying elevate our impact to higher dimensions through the quality education we provide to our students, social and cultural activities, scholarships and dormitory facilities, our internationally recognized curriculum, and the Istanbul Education Summit, where developments in the education world are shared. The different colors and stories from around the world send a message to all of us, thanks to Turkish Marif Foundation family. And they say,
Dünyayı iyi insanlar kurtaracak.
This is the short story of the seeds that Turkey has sown all around the world on the path to becoming good people. Turkish Marif Foundation, valuing education.